Ms. Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing in this matter, the application of the New Mexico Oil Conservation Division to consider proposed rules to regulate the venting and flaring of natural gas from oil and natural gas production and gathering facilities. The case was docketed as case number 21528. You will find all documents related to this matter on the public outreach and engagement page of the Oil Conservation Division. We are in this morning one of our many opportunities for public comment. We ask that you keep your comments to 2 minutes. I will break in at some point to ask you to wrap up if you go beyond that. You may be expelled in the event you attempt to disrupt the hearing. And there may be a question for you from a commissioner or party after you speak. We have 2 commissioners with us this morning. Madam Chair is Adrienne Sandoval, and then we have Commissioner Jordan Kessler on the line as well. I will call you in this order: Bill Midcap, Ward McCartney, Steffi Weisberg, Idolia Hawkins, and David Begay. Those are the ones I have on the list for this morning. In the event you have a friend who would also like to sign up, friend would follow the instructions on the OCD Public Outreach webpage by emailing Florine Davidson. You can also submit written public comment of any length to Ms. Davidson. So let's start with Bill Midcap.
Here we go. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Bill Midcap. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you to provide comments to the Oil Conservation Commission. I am a retired farmer and rancher, and just like all farmers and ranchers, we are passionate about the environment. I currently work for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union as a senior policy advisor. We represent family farmers and ranchers. We have over 20,000 members in Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. Rocky Mountain Farmers Union is a progressive grassroots organization founded in 1907, dedicated to serving our rural communities, to wide stewardship in the use of our natural resources, and the protection of a safe and secure food supply. We all know that methane is a strong greenhouse gas and that is responsible for 25% of the climate change we're already experiencing today. You've heard all the numbers, and I'm not going to go into that, but look, we really need to put methane in a pipeline and put it to use. Mexico could really benefit from the added revenue that funds our police departments, fire, schools, roads, and so many other things that benefit our citizens of New Mexico. Global warming has already cost ag producers millions of dollars that can never be recovered. Severe storms and drought related to climate change have farmers and ranchers guessing about their future. As temperatures increase, producers are experiencing declining yields and declining quality in the food they supply to consumers in America and all over the world. Climate change is expected to have a negative effect on most crops and livestock. As temperatures increase, crop production areas may shift to follow temperature range for optimal growth and yield, but production in any given location will be more influenced by the availability of adequate moisture during the growing seasons. Today, producers are spending over $15 billion a year on pesticides to control weeds and insects. Those costs are expected to rise with the increased temperatures and emissions attributed to climate change. Climate change is also influencing livestock production. Heat stress for any and all livestock damage and and damage performance, production, fertility, and limit the production of milk and eggs. The effects of climate change also need to be considered along with other evolving factors that affect ag production, such as changing in farming practices and technology. Crops grown in the United States are critical for the food supply here and around the world. Changes in temperature, atmospheric carbon dioxide, and the frequency of intensity of extreme weather could have significant impacts on crop yields. Emissions from methane are costing the American taxpayer about $2 billion a year, and reducing methane from the oil and gas sector has a very low upfront cost. We are in strong support of Governor Michelle Lujan's call for nation-leading methane rules. And to achieve that goal, the Oil Conservation Commission must strengthen the Oil and Gas Division's proposed methane waste rules to eliminate unnecessary methane waste. The final rule must achieve 3 goals: ban routine flaring and venting. Require oil and gas companies to capture 90% of methane emissions. Strengthen state reporting and public notice requirements to improve transparency of all oil and gas operations. The Oil and Gas Commission should improve this proposal by requiring green completions to minimize methane emissions during completions and recompletions. Toughening provisions to ensure flares stay lit, preventing methane from being vented into the atmosphere.
Would you wrap up, Mr. Pat, please?
Okay. Finally, since nearly 70% of all oil and gas methane pollution in Mexico occurs through leaks, it is critical that New Mexico Environment Department adopt a rule that holds polluters accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Midcott. Ward McCartney.
I'm Ward McCartney. It's 350 New Mexico, and I'm from Belen, New Mexico. Thank you for your time to listen to us. The reason I wanted to speak to you is my only grandchild, a son, turned 1 year old last week, and I want him to have a future. The fossil fuel industry has known that global warming existed 30 years ago, and that they are the problem. Instead of developing clean, renewable energy, they have instead spent hundreds of millions of dollars to delay the world switching over to renewable energy. Renewable sun and wind energy last year produced more electrical energy than coal-fired power plants, and wind and solar didn't pollute our air. Recently, we found out that oil and gas industry was wasting twice as much methane gas as the self-regulated oil and gas industry has reported. In my opinion, the fossil fuel industry has lost all credibility. And quite frankly, executives should be facing jail time. So yes, it's obvious that oil and gas industry needs to be strongly regulated. A parting thought. I challenge the oil and gas lobbyists to park their gas-burning SUV in their garage with the windows rolled down and the garage door closed for 15 minutes. I'll do the same with my solar panel-powered Chevy EV Bolt. We'll see who walks out of the garage. Like I said, it's my grandson's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCartney. Stephanie Weisberg.
Thank you to the Commission for its hard work and for allowing me to express my support for the strongest possible methane rules as recommended by the coalition represented by the Western Environmental Law Center. From recent studies revealing unprecedented methane leakage in the Permian compared to other parts of the nation, we simply cannot rely on the industry to responsibly monitor and steward our resources by themselves. My name is Steffi Weisberg. I live in Harris, where my water in my well fell 20 feet in 3 years. 3 of my neighbors had to drill new wells this year, and many people living south of me have to truck in all of their water. The Southwest is now in the 19th year of the second worst drought in a millennium. Recent press articles have warned us of the return of Dust Bowl conditions and shown how ranchers in DeBaca and Chavez counties have had to sell off much of their malnourished herds this year. I've talked to farmers, owners of rafting companies, and ski managers, and they are all extremely worried. What makes this drought so bad? Greenhouse gas emissions have driven what might have been a short, moderate event into a mega drought. And where do the emissions come from? Right here. Per capita, we emit at least 50 tons of CO2 equivalent each year compared to the national average of 18. We are letting one industry decimate others at a time when we desperately need to diversify. Yes, the largely out-of-state oil and gas industry has provided jobs and significant tax revenues, but the global energy landscape is profoundly changing towards a carbon-neutral world by 2050. What will New Mexico look like then, when the demand for oil has plunged? Will there be enough snow and rain for our farmers, ranchers, and outdoor industries? Or will New Mexico still be in drought with nothing left for our children but dust and acres of abandoned wells? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weisberg. Idolia Hawkins is next.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Examiner, I do not see the next two personnel. If it's okay with you, I could unmute 3 caller users.
Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry. Would you repeat that?
I do not see the next 2 speakers in the attendee list. I have 3
Okay.
caller users. If I could unmute them.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Idolia Hawkins. David Begay. If Idolia Hawkins or David Begay are on the line, please speak up. All call-in callers have been unmuted. No? All right. In the event Idolia Hawkins or David Begay join us at a subsequent public comment session, I will accept their comment at that time. If you know them, please let them know that.
Madam Examiner?
Yes.
I have received a message that from Gabe. I'm looking for his last name. Vasquez. He was scheduled to speak today, but he is not on my list. I will.
I see. Okay, I do see Gabriel Vasquez for an 8:30 session tomorrow morning, but I'm happy to accept his comment at this time if he's on the line.
He is. I will unmute him now.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kessler, and other panelists today. Apologize for any confusion. I had a confirmation for this morning. We are I'm a city councilor here in Las Cruces. Have spent my career, my community and my people here in southern New Mexico. One thing that's been consistent in my time serving in office is that we are the poorest state in the nation. Yet out-of-state oil and gas companies and their shareholders have continued to reap enormous benefits from our natural resources. While our children continue to suffer from the educational outcomes, from record hunger to some of the highest child poverty rates in the nation, oil companies continue to look to New Mexico as a cash cow and as a way to finance their next luxury home or Wall Street investment. That is not fair to me. And the royalties that we do get to help fund our schools and hospitals absolutely are a huge asset to this state. But is it nearly enough for what these companies are making in profit? I don't think so. To make matters worse, these companies pollute our environment, accelerate climate change, create sinkholes in our communities, they poison our air, they get rich from our state, and many don't clean up their wells or bother to capture enough of the methane that they produce, leaving valuable taxpayer dollars on the table. This is absolutely an environmental. OCC should ban routine venting and flaring. It must require. Yes.
I'm sorry, you cut out there briefly after the word environmental. Will you pick up there, please?
Yes. This is absolutely an environmental justice and a racial justice issue, and I think it should be rectified. The OCC should ban routine venting and flaring. It should require all producers to capture at least 98% of methane emissions, and it must strengthen its state reporting and public notice requirements to communities when threats to their health arise. And I believe that that's the bare minimum. I think that New Mexico should stop settling for what it can get, and it should demand what it deserves. Let's protect the health and the environment of our communities, in particular our communities of color, and let's at the very minimum demand our fair share of dollars while this industry continues and will continue to profit enormously from our land and our natural resources. It is my opinion that this rule must be strengthened. What we have now is a good start. But I'm sure you've heard the recommendations of many other speakers about what could be done to really maximize the return on investment, while at the same time acknowledging that we must begin to transition away from this industry, and we must mitigate the impacts, the health impacts to our communities, especially for those communities of color who live adjacent to and work at these facilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kessler, and other panelists today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vasquez. All right, we have now come to the end of the public commenters for this morning. There are many other opportunities every day of this hearing between now and January 15th. We will return at this point to the technical case. When we broke in the technical case at 5 o'clock yesterday, Mr. Ames was in the middle of questioning Mr. Lepore. I see Mr. Ames, and I had seen Mr. Lepore. Let's see here. Do we have everyone we need? Let's, based on some of what happened yesterday with the sound, although I know all of the technical parties entered their appearances yesterday, let's do just a brief sound check and appearance check, if you will, this morning before we begin, now that I think of it. And I will start with the lawyers in the Attorney General's office who represent the commission. Mr. Moander, I know that you're on. Let's see. I had seen Mr. Moander. If he'd like to introduce himself, he can. Or Ms. Malave. No. So, Mr. Ames.
I don't believe she's going to be joining us today, Ms. Worth.
Oh,
just
thank
Mr.
you.
Moander.
Okay, thank you. I had seen him. May have stepped away for a moment. Mr. Ames, if you would, let's have your appearance and check your sound.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Madam Chair, and members of the Commission. Eric Ames, Counsel for OCD.
Sound great, thank you. Mr. Feldwert.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I appreciate your reminder to test our sound, because I realized after you said that I have to reset my computer each time. So appreciate that. As a result, I am here. Sounds like you can hear me. It's Michael Feldwert with Santa Fe Office of Holland and Hart, here on behalf of NMOGA, along with my partner, Adam Rankin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feldwert. Mr. Biernoff.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, commissioners, counsel, and witnesses. I don't know if it's just me, but when Mr. Feldwert was speaking, it sounded a little faint. Just wanted to mention that in case other people heard that too.
All right. Thank you for that. He was a little softer than, for example, your voices right now, or even Mr. Ames. Let's go back to Mr. Feldwert for a moment and see if he can't increase his volume just a little bit.
I am back on. Is this better?
That is better. Yes, thank you.
Super. I appreciate Ms. Spearhoff. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Ms. Fox.
I'm here today and I'll let Mr. Bach introduce himself to make sure his sound and video are working. Good morning, commissioners and Madam Hearing Officer and Council.
Good morning. And Ms. Paranos.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Elizabeth Pranos here on behalf of EDF.
Thank you. Oh, I see you and hear you clearly. Thank you. All right. So now if there are no preliminary matters, we can return to Mr. Ames and Mr. LaFour's presentation. Thank you both.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Matt, when we left off yesterday, you were about to discuss the definition of emergency. Before we pick up that thread, I'd like to step back to some definitions you mentioned earlier, the definitions of average daily well production and average daily facility production. And at the time you testified about those definitions, you indicated that the OCD was proposing a few clarifying changes to the version of the definitions that appear in OCD Exhibit 4A, our revised PowerPoint presentation. Do you have an exhibit or do you have a document that we can show the commission that illustrates more clearly the changes that OCD is proposing to make?
Yes, Mr. Ames, we have prepared a document that shows the changes that were made yesterday morning after we had prepared Exhibit 4A. So I believe Mr. Powell is prepared to share the screen and show those two definitions and the rules that they are implicated by.
Thank you. Brandon, can you please share that for the commission to see? Thank you. Can you make it a little bit bigger, perhaps? That's great. Excellent. So Matt, please take it away.
Okay. Again, so good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Hearing Officer, Matt Lepore with Insight Energy Law. So I did talk yesterday about these two definitions, but we didn't have, as I said, the language that was inserted yesterday. So here we show that language and we've highlighted the changes. For average daily well production, we simply inserted the word natural in front of the word gas. We have tried consistently to use the term natural gas, and it was pointed out that we had failed to do so in that definition yesterday. For average daily facility production, there were slightly more substantive changes. You can see we struck authorized by the division to commingle oil and gas after, again, further conversation with stakeholders determining that that really wasn't a necessary clause, did not clarify, did not add anything to what we were trying to accomplish. So instead we have a facility receiving production for 2 or more wells struck at the surface, added natural gas again twice. So not major changes from what you saw yesterday, but meaningful changes from our perspective. If I could, I think it's worth spending a minute here to say, both why we're concerned with getting this right and the places where this definition comes into play. So it comes into play, and Mr. Powell, maybe you can scroll down now because I think we show the 3 rules. Without getting into real detail, there are 3 places where this comes into play. It comes into play with respect to how frequently an operator might have to do an AVO inspection, whether that occurs on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. It comes into play with the installation of an updated flare stack that's equipped with an auto igniter or continuous pilot. There's a trigger there that this is relevant to. And it comes into play with respect to when an operator might have to put metering equipment or measuring equipment on a flow line. Where it doesn't come into play is with respect to the prohibition on routine flaring of natural gas or on the natural gas capture requirement of 98%. It's irrelevant to those two things. Now, Brandon, if you don't mind going back to the top, how does this work? And that's the other thing that I think is important for everybody to try to understand at this point, and what the division was trying to accomplish. If we look at a single well, it's pretty straightforward. A single well that has its own production equipment, such as a separator, perhaps a storage tank, and perhaps a flare. If that well is seeing this low volume of production, that's what the flare will see, that's what the separator will see, and that's the place where we have given a different standard in a couple of the three places I just described. That math gets a little more complicated if you have multiple wells feeding a single facility. And that's what the average daily facility production definition is intended to address. So think of this scenario. If you had 3 wells, each producing 50,000 cubic feet per day on average, individually those wells are low producing wells, or commonly called stripper wells. But if you put all 3 of them together and they're all going through the same facility, and look at it from the perspective of the facility is now seeing 150,000 cubic feet per day on average. That's not low production. And in those cases, we didn't want these exceptions to apply. So we want those treated as if they were not stripper wells, even though individually they are, the facility is not. And that's what we believe these definitions accomplish. That's the division's intent, is that a facility of the kind I've just described would be treated as a not low producing, as a not stripper well facility.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore. Are you saying then that the net effect of the new definitions, particularly the definition average daily facility production, is to extend the flare AVO and metering requirements to more stripper wells?
Yes, Mr. Ames, I think that's a fair characterization. As provided those stripper wells were being serviced by a single facility, that facility would be covered by the more stringent AVO and metering requirements and flare replacement requirements.
Is it your understanding that the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association is okay with these changes?
It is, and I apologize if my dog has something to say about all of this briefly. That is correct, Mr. Ames. You and other members of the division staff have been engaged quite actively with representatives for NMOGA, including Mr. Felderwert, over the last several days, hammering out this language. And my understanding is that this is agreed upon language.
So, Mr. Lepore, my understanding is that the division agreed, though, to remove the references in the definition to crude oil production above 10 barrels per day. Why did the division do that, but retain the reference to the 60,000 standard cubic feet of gas in the provisions down below? Brandon, if you could scroll down again so we can show those changes. Why did we make that change, Matt, as you understand it?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Eric. So yes, we had originally, where we started was looking at the sort of stripper well definition that is part of the tax regulations for severance tax purposes. That definition references both a a natural gas threshold, the 60,000 cubic feet, and an oil threshold, 10 barrels of oil. This rule is focused on natural gas and the venting and flaring of natural gas. So it seemed reasonable and logical to us to focus these definitions and these conditions on gas wells, or oil wells would still be captured, assuming that they were producing the volume of natural gas referenced here, the 60,000 cubic feet. So oil wells don't get a free pass, but by themselves, that 10 barrel of oil threshold did not seem to be an appropriate trigger, and that's why we agreed to take it out.
Great, thank you. So I just want to go back to an earlier question I asked and maybe get some clarification. I had asked you whether these changes to the definitions, particularly the change to the definition of average daily facility production, would result in more stripper wells being subject to the AVO flare and metering requirements. And I think you said yes, to the extent they're part of a larger facility, they would be subject to those requirements. Does anything in these definitions or the provisions that use those definitions change the status of a stripper well from a tax perspective?
Not that I am aware of, no.
So you're saying that we made this change to deal with waste issues, but we're not dealing with stripper wells as they are understood from a tax perspective. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. So now I think, unless you have something else to add, we can move on to the definition of emergency and pick up where you left off yesterday evening.
I'm ready to pick up where we left off.
Madam Hearing Officer, if I may
yes.
interrupt briefly. Mr. Ames, do you intend to introduce this as an exhibit?
I certainly can if there are no objections. I'll move this as Exhibit 4B.
4B. Mr. Felderwart, do you have an objection?
No, and I appreciate that just for purposes of the record.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Felderwart, I appreciate that.
Let me pause for a moment in the event any other party has an objection to the admission of Exhibit 4B. No, it's admitted. Thank you.
I think back to you then, Matt.
So if I could ask Ms. Pollock to bring up our slide presentation, and I believe we are on slide 36.
You should be good, Mr. Laporte. Let me know when you can see it.
Thank you, ma'am. I can see it fine now.
Is it possible to put it in presentation mode or something so it's like the whole screen? Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I will pick up here. We were going through a couple of the definitions in subpart 27.7. Not all of the definitions, certainly, but those that we thought merited a little bit more attention. And emergency is one of those. The reason emergency, we wanted to call your attention to it, is that gas that is vented or flared during an emergency is not counted against an operator for purposes of their gas capture requirement. This is a circumstance in which venting or flaring is deemed not waste because it is for safety purposes. And I think generically speaking, safety is kind of one of the two caveats where venting and flaring is allowed and not considered waste and therefore not counted against the lost gas calculation. So I will also say here that we borrowed this definition very largely from an existing BLM definition found at 43 CFR section 3179.103. That is in OCD's exhibits as Exhibit 37, and you'll find that definition at page 79. So we liked the definition, we liked the way it worked, and as I said, we largely followed it. The definition you can read for yourself. I think the definition part is fairly straightforward and self-explanatory. What's interesting about the definition is that it enumerates 6 specific circumstances that are not emergencies. And so the way I think about this is that the division wants meaningful sideboards on what qualifies as an emergency, because it is going to be an exemption from that venting or flaring and lost gas calculation. So those 6 not emergencies are the operator's failure to install appropriate equipment of sufficient capacity to accommodate the anticipated or actual rate and pressure of production, not an emergency. The operator's failure to limit production when the production rate exceeds the capacity of the related equipment or natural gas gathering system, or exceeds the sales contract volume of natural gas. Not emergencies, because those things can be planned for and avoided. Scheduled maintenance, it's not an emergency. This one is not part of BLM. This is our own edition. The division's edition: venting or flaring of natural gas for more than 4 hours after notification that is caused by an emergency, unscheduled maintenance, or malfunction of a natural gas gathering system. So here, the natural gas gathering system has had a breakdown, a disruption that can have upstream consequences, including perhaps the need that suddenly the upstream operator is without takeaway capacity. And what should happen? So the division's math here was that there should be a period of time that doesn't count against the operator. At the same time, the operator should respond to that situation with urgency and correct it and mitigate it as rapidly as possible. So the division's suggested language is that there's a 4-hour period that is an emergency, essentially, and won't count against the operator, but after that, it's not an emergency. The other last 2 are the operator's negligence, including a recurring equipment failure, is not an emergency. And then this last one, slightly adopted from BLM, 3 or more emergencies within a single reporting area pursuant to subsection A of 27.9, which we'll talk about in a second. 3 or more emergencies within a single reporting area experienced by the operator within the preceding 60 days, unless the division determines the operator could not have reasonably anticipated the current event and it was beyond the operator's control. So in plain English, I hope, if an operator, the same thing is happening over and over again, the operator needs to figure it out and stop it from happening. There are millions of variations on these scenarios. Some operators operate lots of wells in lots of different places, and things can and do go wrong, and it's not a pattern. But I think what this is aimed at is there a pattern here? Is there a pattern the operator should have identified and corrected? And if so, then the continuation of that pattern is no longer an emergency. The last thing I'll say about this is that Part 28 is essentially similar, but there are just a few slight differences, again, because of the different operations involved. Next slide. I think this is the last definition I want to touch on. We have included a definition of malfunction to differentiate it from an emergency, and venting or flaring during a malfunction does count against an operator's lost gas for accounting purposes. So that's the main reason there is a definition of malfunction as well as emergency. They are treated differently in that gas capture calculation. Next slide. So we are transitioning now out of definitions, out of subpart 7 of 27 and 28 into part 8 of both rules. And this rule heading is venting or flaring that constitutes waste is prohibited. So this is really the essence of the regulation of venting and flaring. The general prohibition, if venting or flaring constitutes waste, it is prohibited. We acknowledge that there are certain circumstances where venting or flaring does not constitute waste. I've touched on one of those being the safety aspect, the emergencies. The other sort of broad category I would say is I would refer to those as unavoidable losses. And those unavoidable losses occur related to some equipment such as pneumatics, the way they are designed and the way they function. Even when they are operating properly, there is some low volume, low pressure loss from that equipment. And that low pressure, low volume loss is not considered waste. And there are similar examples, again, generally low pressure, low volume, where it's considered part of the normal operations. So we did make a couple of changes. They are small on paper, but important in meaning. From the October draft to the December draft, those are shown in red. It was that switch to indicate that the what is prohibited is that which causes waste. Next slide, please. Exact same paragraph. I'm just highlighting each sentence as I go through it here. The operator has a general duty to maximize the recovery or the gathering of natural gas and to minimize the waste of natural gas through venting or flaring. And the only venting or flaring that is allowed during upstream or downstream, midstream, is specified in the rules, in the subsections that follow this part A. I do want to respond a little bit to Mr. Feldwerk's questions of Ms. Pollock yesterday about the general duty, the maximize recovery duty or obligation. And I would say that we need to read this language and this rule in context. This is a rule about venting and flaring. This is a rule that the objective, which is set out in subpart 19.15.27.6, is to prevent venting and flaring, to minimize waste, and protect correlative rights. This is not a legislative declaration or mandate. This is not a broad, all-encompassing declaration by the division. This is in a rule that's about venting or flaring, and in a subpart of that rule that specifically talks about venting and flaring. So I don't read it to imply or suggest the broader duty that Mr. Felderwerk indicated yesterday. Next slide. Yes, next slide, please. And finally, in all circumstances, the operator shall flare rather than vent, except when it is technically infeasible or would pose a risk to safe operations or personal safety, and venting is safer than flaring. So here, a lot of things come together. We have those sort of two generic categories of when venting or flaring is potentially allowed for safety or technical infeasibility. And in the safety case, we want to make sure that venting is only done when it is the safer alternative. We put this sentence in part A to indicate that it is an overriding requirement for all of the subparts that follow. And the red text indicates that this was a change after the original draft based on stakeholder input. The alternative here is we could say this over and over again in each different subpart of the rule where it's applicable. That seemed unnecessary. If we put it here and make it clear that it applies all of the time to all circumstances. Again, Mr. Felderwerk yesterday asked questions about the division's authority to do this. I think those questions were answered well. It just seems self-evident to me that the agency can regulate waste products from upstream operations. That is clearly within authority to do so. And if the division determines that disposing of this waste product is better done through flaring than venting, I think that certainly is within their scope. I would also point out that Ms. Pollock showed a slide yesterday, and I'm sorry I don't have the number at my fingertips, but the slide showed the sharp decline in venting over the last several years. So from my perspective, operators are doing this now. Operators understand fundamentally that venting is to be avoided at all costs and that flaring is the preference. So I think we see that action in the real world. And I think the division will continue to insist on that protocol.
Matt, before you move on, a clarifying question. I heard you say something along the lines of, if the division determines that flaring is better than venting in some circumstances, it has the authority to do it. Did you mean to say the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Yes, certainly. Obviously, these are the commission's rules and it's the commission's decision.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so now we're going to look at subparts B, C, and D with respect to part 27. And as I think I said yesterday in the introduction, we have 3 subparts here to deal separately with 3 phases of operations. So part B pertains to the drilling phase, part C, the completion phase, and part D, the production phase on the E&P side. On the gas gathering side, there's really only the gathering aspect of it. So there's only a subpart B there that pertains to gathering. And I think Mr. Bolander will cover that in more detail than I will. But I will get underway with B, C, and D here. Fundamentally, the objective is to specify the limited circumstances under which venting or flaring of natural gas does not constitute waste and therefore is allowed subject to strict controls. And as I've indicated, those circumstances are specific to the different phases of the operations.
Matt, with respect to the phases of the operations, are these defined terms? Drilling operations, separation, flowback, completion operations, production operations?
They are, Mr. Ames. They're all defined in subpart 7. And I guess the reason for defining them is to make clear when each of those 3 phases begins and when it ends. And I think the reason for that is that you need to know what phase you are in so that you understand what your allowable venting and flaring in this context, what your allowable venting and flaring is, because it is different for each of those phases.
Are you comfortable talking about the definitions, reviewing the definitions for the commission, or would you prefer that Mr. Bolander do that?
You know, I honestly think Mr. Bolander would do a better job than I will on the details of that. It's somewhat technical. I can read the words and tell you what they say, but I know Jim would have a little more context for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next slide. So on this slide, we have the allowable venting and flaring, or the exceptions to the prohibition for both part B, drilling, and part C, completion or recompletion. Recompletion was an addition after the original draft, a good one called out by some of the stakeholders. So under the drilling operations, operators must capture or combust natural gas if technically feasible, using best industry practices and control technologies. In our minds, this indicates a requirement to do just what it says there: capture or combust natural gas during the drilling phase if it is technically feasible. Again, Mr. Bolander would be better at explaining what the challenges are during drilling, but clearly during drilling, one does not want hydrocarbons coming to the surface. And to the extent that they do, and it's unavoidable, there are ways to deal with that. And that's the reference to the technically feasible, using best industry practices and control technologies. I do not believe technically feasible implies absolutely no economic consideration. I think technically feasible is a modifier of best industry practices and control technologies. I think we're asking operators to use what is out there, what is the best there is to control venting and flaring during drilling operations. And there is the usual, you will see this often, exception for emergencies or malfunctions to avoid a risk of immediate and substantial adverse impact on safety, public health, or the environment. So these are real emergencies with real potential consequences of an immediate and substantial nature that are excluded. Under the completion side, once hydrocarbons begin to flow to the surface during the initial flow back, that can be a lot of fluids mixed together. You have flowback fluid, you have drilling mud, you have hydrocarbons all coming to the surface. There's a point at which those fluids can be routed to a separator and separated safely, and that's the point at which that natural gas must be captured at that point. Again, Mr. Bolander can be a little bit more articulate than I can about that process. They must capture that separated natural gas. They may flare it only to avoid safety risks to operations or personnel. And after the original draft, we did modify this rule to include a third allowance for venting and flaring, which pertains to off-spec gas, meaning gas into which impurities have been entrained, such as hydrogen sulfide, nitrogen, potentially CO2 or oxygen. Those things can make it unsafe or infeasible to put gas into a gathering system. So there are circumstances there where it is appropriate to allow flaring of that gas. Next slide. Let me say one more thing about the prior slide, and this goes to Mr. Ames' questions about the definitions a little bit. I know that the completion phase is a phase of some focus by the environmental side. It is a phase where venting and flaring can occur, or venting can occur, and we have put sideboards on that in the definitions by saying that the separation flowback period ends not more than 30 days after initial flowback. So there is a 30-day sort of clock or sideboards on how long that separation flowback can last. And after that 30 days, the gas needs to be going to a gathering line. Okay. So production, more exceptions here because production lasts for a long time. It's, the majority of a well's life is the production phase. And there are many circumstances, more circumstances throughout the life of the production that venting or flaring might arise. So there are a larger number of exceptions here. Item number 1 has been stricken. Item number 1 was originally placed into the rules at the request of NMED. As the rulemaking process evolved, as we continue to coordinate and collaborate with NMED, NMED ultimately determined that they did not need or did not see a need for this exception in the rule. As we looked at it, we concluded that the other exceptions that are in place would cover any circumstances where number 1 would have otherwise applied. So we have stricken number 1. We've talked many times about number 2 already. I won't belabor it. Unloading or cleaning up liquid holdup in a well subject to best management practices. This is a standard maintenance operation that becomes necessary on wells or gathering lines. The secret here is to impose those BMPs. When this is done manually, our rule says that the operator must remain on site. The reason they must remain on site is so that once that well has cleared up, once the purpose of the clean out has been achieved and gas starts flowing through that well or gathering line again, that's when it must be connected again to gathering. So that's part of the BMPs. We have an exception for exploratory wells that was added. Exploratory wells are usually drilled in areas where there is not available gathering infrastructure. These are wells that are seeking out new formations. There are careful definitions in the rules about what constitutes an exploratory well. And for purposes of determining whether that well will be viable, whether that is a viable economic play, the division has created this exception of up to 12 months. There are some sideboards on that. An operator does have an obligation to get producing gas into a gathering system as quickly as possible. But there's an opportunity for the operator to determine whether or not that is going to be a viable play.
Matt, you mentioned sideboards. Are those discussed further on in the rule?
The sideboards are discussed further on in the rule, Mr. Ames, that part of those sideboards may be in the definitions of what is an exploratory well. But I think we'll get to them later, and if we don't, you can ask me again.
Okay. And one more question. I noticed that the division has struck the word delineation and replaced it with exploratory. Why did the division do that?
That change was made, again, based on stakeholder feedback. I believe, interestingly, both the industry representatives and the environmental NGOs preferred the term exploratory, and the division didn't see any real reason to quibble. And so that change has been made globally. Everywhere delineation appeared, it now says exploratory. Or at least
so the name changed, but the content of the definition really didn't. Is that right?
That is correct. It was a name change only.
Yeah, I believe there is one minor edit in the definition of exploratory well. There was a change in F1 from drilled to completed. Is that something you're comfortable addressing?
In the definitions, Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Okay, let me look.
It's going to be 27.7 F1.
Right, got it, thank you. Yeah, so let me read the definition. And this is one part of a two-part definition. Exploratory well means a well located in a spacing unit, the closest boundary of which is 2 miles or more from the outer boundary of a defined pool that has produced oil or gas from the formation to which the well is or will be, we had said drilled, and changed it to completed. And I'll take a shot at this. I think the relevant piece here is, where are the hydrocarbons going to be produced from? The distance between the known production is what matters. So with horizontal drilling, the drill could be 2 miles away, but the hydrocarbons could be producing right next to that other formation because the lateral extends for 2 miles. So what matters in terms of a horizontal well is where is the production happening? That is not always where the drill is, where the well is drilled. I think that was the reason. For a vertical well, it wouldn't matter where the well is drilled and where it's producing from are essentially the same, but it does make a difference in the case of a longer lateral or a step out well.
And changing the word from drilled to completed covers both vertical and horizontal wells. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. Okay, so I think we were on subpart 5 here. During maintenance or normal operations involving low pressure, low volume venting, such as tank gauging, normal operations of pneumatic controllers. And number 6, I think, probably falls into the same general category. So as I mentioned, these are the categories in which venting at a low volume at low pressure does happen in the normal course of events, and is considered infeasible or impractical or uneconomic to capture and attempt to put into a sales line. And for that reason is not considered waste, I think is the best way I can describe that. Next slide, please. Okay, we are moving on to subpart E, which are equipment performance standards. The equipment in question here is production equipment. By production equipment, we're typically talking about separators, perhaps dehydrators, storage tanks, flares, etc. And so in this section, the division is proposing a number of requirements, all intended to ensure that the need, the creation of gas that would need to be vented or flared is minimized to the greatest extent possible. And we're focused on leaks, we're focused on incomplete flaring, combustion, and so forth. And the way to accomplish this is from the beginning, before the site is built, to anticipate what that production equipment is going to need to be able to do, and to design it properly to do that, and then to use really the appropriate latest technology. And that's collectively what Rule 8E asks of operators. So just running through the list, number 1, must be designed for maximum anticipated throughput and pressure. This translates to meaning that the equipment needs to be right sized. If your equipment is undersized, when it sees that higher volume of production that is likely to occur early in the process, it can't handle it. And the result of the not being able to handle it is that you end up with gas that's not getting into the sales line for a variety of reasons. And that's gas that is going to be vented or flared. No reason to have that happen. All that takes is good planning. We have asked for automatic gauging equipment on new storage tanks that are routed to a flare or control device. The automatic gauging equipment makes it necessary less frequently to open the thief hatch. Opening the thief hatch releases hydrocarbons into the atmosphere. We want to minimize the opportunities to do that. Flare stacks similarly must be sized and designed for maximum efficiency and equipped with auto igniters or continuous pilot lights. We're asking that existing flares be retrofitted within 18 months. This is one of the places where the stripper well or facility exceptions do come in. Those lower producing facilities will be asked to upgrade their flare stacks if they replace those flare stacks. They are not on a hard deadline to replace that equipment. They are allowed to do so as they otherwise would replace those flares.
Mr. Lepore, just a clarification. In the last, you just referenced facility exceptions. Did you actually mean facility definition, the average daily facility production definition?
Yes, that is what I meant.
Okay, so we're not intending to exempt anyone through this particular provision. This provision works in conjunction with the definition you described earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. That's right. So if the facility meets the definition of the average daily facility production of less than 60,000 cubic feet, they have a different timeline for replacing those flares.
And while I'm interrupting you in the flow here, I have a question about a point you made earlier about flare stacks being properly sized and designed.
Yes.
I noticed that in section 7I, the definition of flare stack, you take a look at that. I see that the divisions propose to strike the words "an appropriately designed stack" and replace it with "a device." And then reading on, equipped with a burner used to flare. Why did the division make this change from what looks like a performance standard to what looks like simply a description of equipment?
I know you're not trying to trick me, Mr. Ames, but I think the answer lies in this subpart that we're looking at, because I think there we have been more specific about what is required of a flare stack in terms of its appropriate design. So I think we took it out of the definition and moved it into the substantive requirements.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to trick you, Mr. Lepore. I was leading you inappropriately. So please continue.
I will do so. Let me see if I can get to this part. So let me do this in a way of sort of continuing to respond to your question, Mr. Ames. This is subpart 8E, subpart 3. The operator shall combust natural gas in a flare stack that is properly sized, designed, and operated for complete and continuous combustion of gases sent to the flare. So that is OCD Exhibit 2A at page 4. So again, I think, and hopefully Mr. Bolander or Mr. Powell will clean this up for me if necessary, but I think the definition, as I said, was changed, and the substance now here appears here in E subpart 3. Going on, we get to AVO inspections in subparts 5 and 6. AVO stands for audio, visual, olfactory, sort of the tried and true eyes, ears, nose, observing the equipment, looking for leaks, indications of leaks, etc. And the division is proposing a requirement that those AVO inspections be occur on a weekly or monthly cadence, depending on circumstances. Those circumstances are spelled out in the rule, and this is another circumstance where the low producing wells or low producing facilities will be at a different cadence than the higher producing facilities. So it's weekly for higher producing facilities and monthly at the least, very least monthly for the lower producing facilities. And part 6 is a place where the division has sought to incentivize innovative approaches and technologies, so that there is technology out there that can take the place of and perhaps be more efficient and effective than AVO. And if operators have such a technology that they want to deploy, we encourage that. What they need to do is come to the division and get the division's approval to do that. But AVO is by no means the be-all, end-all here, and we'd encourage seeing that technology deployed, as provided that it is approved by the division.
Mr. Lepore, I have a question for you about AVO. The division has proposed proposed a change in 8E5A(i). We've added the word externally, visually, so it now reads visually inspecting externally. Why did the division propose to add that word to that subparagraph?
This was a point that was brought up by the industry representatives out of a concern that without that descriptor, it could be implied or inferred that the inspection had to look at the inside of a storage tank, for example, or potentially the inside of other devices, separators, etc. That's not the intent of an AVO inspection. The AVO inspection is intended to, not put people down inside things. So we made the clarification at the industry's request to make, or we made the correction to make it clear that the intent is an external inspection.
Thank you. And I apologize, but I do need to go back to 27.8D. This is the list of exceptions to venting and flaring, and I see that the division added a few, like 3 more exceptions. One is normal operation of dehydrated.
Mr. Ames, when you turn your head, we lose your voice a little.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lepore, I was referring you back to D8D and pointing out the division has added a few exceptions to the list of what it's termed activities not otherwise prohibited. I see that the division's added normal operation of dehydration units and amine treatment units, normal operation of compressors, compressor engines and turbines, and commissioning of pipelines, etc., to purge introduced impurities. Why did the division add those exceptions to the list?
Yeah, thank you for pointing those out, Mr. Ames. So I think the simplest way to explain is that the division determined that all of those specific operations fall within that general exception of unavoidable loss, low volume, low pressure. So these were a handful of operations, specific operations involving specific equipment that we had not included in the original draft. These were things that industry called to our attention, and after our consideration, we concluded that it was fair and appropriate to add these to the list. I'll take one of those as an example: commissioning of pipelines, equipment, or facilities only for as long as necessary to purge introduced impurities from the pipeline or equipment. So when new equipment is brought online, testing, operations, and so forth of that equipment, there are ways in which materials could be introduced into that equipment. You do not want those impurities in the equipment when it gets turned on to production. So there's an opportunity here to purge those materials using the natural gas hydrocarbons. And that is a safety practice, a reasonable way to do that, as long as that sideboard is on there, that you do that only for as long as necessary. So that, again, I hope that answers your question.
Yes. One more question for you then. Before we move on, my question concerns exploratory wells. I believe you said earlier that we would address the sideboards or the guide rails for the exception for exploratory wells later on, but I'm thinking we may actually not. So before we go too much further, I'd like to take a step back and ask you about that. In this case, I'm referring to section 8D. It looks like our new 3, and that sets forth the guide rails for exploratory wells. I was wondering if you could briefly discuss that. Perhaps, Brandon, can we pull up that provision so Matt can see it on the screen? And if not, Matt, I'm sure you have it in front of you. If you wouldn't mind just reviewing those guide rails for the commission.
Sure, I have it. It sounds like Brandon is going to be able to do that for the commission's benefit, so I'll sit tight. Perfect. Thank you, Brandon. Okay, so yeah, I'll take it kind of from the top. And this is what we talked about with the definition that venting or flaring, and again, a strong preference here for flaring, during the first 12 months of production from this should now read exploratory well. We need to do a global search and replace. During the first 12 months of production from an exploratory well or as extended by the division for good cause shown provided. And these are the caveats. And without reading them all out loud to you, I'll just note the change to subpart C, provided that within 15 days of determining a exploratory well is capable of producing in paying quantities, the operator submits an updated form C-119 to the division, including the natural gas management plan and timeline for connecting the well to natural gas gathering system. So while there is ostensibly a 12-month window, there is an ongoing requirement that as soon as within 15 days of determining that well is capable of producing in paying quantities, the operator must be in communication with the division and have a plan for getting those hydrocarbons into a gathering system as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
We will need a break soon if you would come to a good stopping point sometime soon.
Yes, thank you. I want to point out for the commission's benefit that regarding the words delineation, the word delineation as it appears in this subsection, the division has filed a notice of errata to correct those references from delineation to exploratory. There was an oversight when we submitted our last version, that is OCD Exhibit 2A. So we have caught that, submitted a pleading to reflect that, and we'll be sure that in the next iteration of the rule that it is corrected. May I ask Mr. Lepore one more question and then we can take a break? Great. Matt, I'd like to, and Brandon, if you could go to E4. E4. Matt, I just wanted to ask you about the changes in this provision. This deals with securing and anchoring a flare stack at a certain distance from a well and storage tanks. We have proposed a couple changes here. Would you mind just touching on those briefly?
I don't mind. And yeah, I'll give this one a shot. I may ask you to defer to Mr. Bolander. The changing from a flare stack located at a well spud to a flare stack constructed. I think the logic here was that wells on a multi-well pad could be spud long after a well, the flare stack had been constructed, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So the relevant date was the construction of the flare stack more than the spudding of a given well. And the 100 feet, I think the language added on to the end there was to acknowledge that it's certainly possible there are circumstances where it would be very, very difficult for an operator to locate the flare stack 100 feet away for some reason. And this is an acknowledgement that there's an alternative available to that.
Thank you. Was this a change that the division is proposing in response to comments from a interested party?
Yes.
Excellent. I think this is a good place to break, Ms. Orth.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ames and Mr. Lepore. It's 9:55. Let's break until 10:10. All right, I see Mr. Ames. Let's see if we can get Mr. Lepore back on video. And perhaps a thumbs up from Mr. Baca. Great, thank you, Mr. Baca. Oh, there's Mr. Lepore. All right, we are back after a break. When we broke, Mr. Ames was continuing his questions of Mr. Lepore. Gentlemen, if you would.
Thank you, Ms. Orth. On that, I believe you are on slide 45. That is not currently up.
Mr. Garcia, if you can grant Ms. Pollock permissions, I can show that.
You should have the permissions now.
Okay, so Matt, were you on this slide or had you moved on to the next?
I think we are ready to go to the next.
Okay.
This is the right slide. And I will apologize. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties on my end with a screen that I need. So give me a half a second. All right. Mr. Ames and Madam Hearing Officer, I need to step away from my computer for just a second. I apologize.
All right.
Okay, I apologize. I sort of have it fixed, so I'm ready to go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Ames? There you are.
Mr. Ames, if you're ready, I'll proceed. Eric? You're on mute.
Please proceed, Matt.
Thanks. Okay. We have actually talked about this slide already, so I think we can skip over it. This goes back to our average daily well production and average daily facility production. These slides were intended to show you the changes that were made in the last 48 hours. This one as well we have touched on, so I think we're okay to go ahead to the next slide. Okay. We are moving past subpart E on performance standards now and looking at measurement of vented and flared natural gas. And then as a sneak preview, the next part is about reporting of the measured vented and flared gas. So parts F and G of 27 go together somewhat. I want to introduce this subsection by saying that one of the clearest, most consistent messages that came out of the MAP process was that the existing database and available data around volumes of vented and flared natural gas is not reliable. It's not robust. No one has very much faith in it. So from the beginning of the process, the division has believed that implementing rules that are robust in measurement and reporting of vented and flared gas is a high priority. And I think the rules that are presented to the commission reflect that. The other thing I would add to that, yesterday I referenced the methane guiding principles as well as some documents from the International Energy Agency. Both of those entities and both of those documents also emphasize the importance of strong, good, reliable measurement and reporting. You can't really effectively know how to address an issue if you don't know the scope and scale of that issue. And so again, I think that the rules are very robust in this respect, and they are that robustness is aimed at getting to some good, reliable data. So the objectives of the measurement for both midstream and upstream are what I just said: obtain reliable data. That data will be used to establish baseline gas capture percentages for upstream and midstream operators. That is extremely important in the bigger scheme of this rule. Knowing what today's venting and flaring rates are reliably with integrity will be the pathway to getting to that 98% capture rate by the end of 2026. The rules propose the requirement to measure using metering equipment where that is technically feasible. It does allow an operator to calculate some of the low volume, low flow emissions where putting a meter in place is impracticable or infeasible for different reasons. One of the carve-outs for the average daily facility production, low producers, facilities or wells, pertains to the metering requirement. They can use a gas oil ratio calculation instead of metering equipment for those low flow producers. And at the end of the day, the division can require an operator to install additional metering equipment if the division concludes that the operator's methodologies or practices are not providing robust data. I'll just say that Mr. Bolander can probably elaborate a little bit on the technical details of measuring and metering equipment, and when it is feasible and when it is less practicable. And other than that, I think I'm ready to move to the next slide unless Mr. Ames has additional questions.
Let's go to the next slide, and I'll ask you a couple of questions here. So continue, and then I'll fill in afterwards.
Okay. And again, this slide was inserted late in the game to reflect the changes that were made over the weekend, I think, and Monday morning. So we've touched on this, and we can go ahead. This is the low producer exception for the requirement to put metering equipment in place after for APDs issued after May 31st.
So, Brandon, could you please pull up exhibit, I believe it's 4B, the OCD's proposed changes regarding stripper well language?
Yes, give me just a moment. You said 4B, correct?
Yes, it's it's actually the proposed stripper well language document that was presented earlier. It's now been designated OCD Exhibit 4B. It's not going to be in the files.
Okay, sorry about that confusion.
It's the document we brought up earlier this morning. Yes, thank you. So if you could curse to the bottom of that, Brandon, to F2. There we go. Thank you. Mr. Lepore, do you see the document on screen?
I do.
Okay, so this is OCD Exhibit 4B that's been admitted. I see that the words after May 31st, 2021 have been struck and new words have been added associated with the well authorized by an APD issued after May 31st, 2021. The division submitted a notice of errata. I mentioned that earlier, where we indicated that it was an error on our part to remove the phrase authorized by an APD issued after May 31, 2021, and insert the date at the beginning of this paragraph. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Yes, sure. I think grammatical error is maybe the right way to describe this, or Scrivener's error. By putting after May 31, 2021 at the beginning and not tying it to issuance of an APD, the effect would have been that an operator would have had to install equipment on all facilities after May 31st of 2021. And that was not the intent. The intent was for new equipment, equipment associated with a well approved after May 31, this requirement applies. So we shuffled it around and tried to make that clear by saying that the operator shall install equipment to measure, etc., for equipment associated with a well or facility associated with a well authorized by an APD after May 31, 2021. So this applies to newly approved wells or facilities, not everything commencing on May 31. That was the reason for the change.
Great, thank you. Can we pull up Exhibit 2A? Would this mean that, can Brandon do that, or will Tiffany have to do that?
I think Brandon has capability.
You know, this is pretty, oh, there we go. So let's go down to F1. There you go. Matt, I just wanted to ask you to explain to the commission why the division has added the words "or estimate" in F1.
I think. I think the reason is that we have said up above that it is appropriate to estimate the volumes of natural gas flared or vented in certain circumstances. And those are spelled out elsewhere. And it is primarily those circumstances, again, associated with low flow or low pressure, where it's very difficult to measure. So the rules all along have contemplated that measurement is desired and should be done where it is feasible, but we understand there are circumstances when that is not the case, and we have allowed for estimation in those cases. We've been fairly specific in the rules that if you do estimate, if an operator does estimate, in their reporting, they will identify the means they used to make the calculation or the estimation, and that potentially any such calculations or measurements are subject to certification by a third party should the division make that request. There's some procedural safeguards built into that as well. But fundamentally, it's appropriate to say estimate here because some of those measurements, some of the volumes will be estimated and not measured.
Thank you. Can we go down a little bit in the screen to see C5 and 6 more clearly? There we go. So Matt, this section is titled Measurement of Vented and Flared Natural Gas, but it also includes provisions regarding estimation, correct?
That is correct.
And that's one of the reasons why we added those words in F1?
Yes.
And so can you talk about F5 and 6? You earlier just said that the methods need to be verifiable. I think we may have received a comment from the State Land Office as well as the environmental groups requesting that we beef up these sections to ensure that the estimation methods could be meaningfully evaluated. Is it your opinion that these changes address those concerns?
Yes, I think all of that is an accurate characterization. There was interest from the stakeholder groups that you mentioned, the State Land Office, as well as the environmental stakeholders, that these measurements or estimations in particular be subject to verification. There was a range of suggestions, and I think that those stakeholders can certainly speak for themselves as to what they are advocating. This was the division solution, that the methodology, I think it's fair to say that the division's approach generally is one of performance standards rather than prescriptive standards. So rather than say, thou shalt do it in this way, what the division has said is you must do it in a way that a third party could verify. And that's, I think, the reason for the changes in both subpart 5 and subpart 6.
Thank you. And if we could go a bit up, go up to F3. Notice there's a substantial change here in F3. Quite a bit has been, language has been struck, references to measurement standards from API and International Organization for Standards, et cetera, and replaced with a phrase regarding to industry standards from such as API. Is this is this something you're comfortable talking about, or should we ask Mr. Bolander for more explanation about this change?
So I think I can answer it in a more general way, Mr. Ames, and certainly Mr. Bolander could talk about the details, because if somebody wants to ask me what API, Manual of Petroleum Measurement Standards, Chapter 1410 says, I'm going to be useless. But I can tell you that the intent of this change, you can see from the stricken language, this is a circumstance where we had much more prescriptive language. Measurement and equipment shall be an orifice meter, et cetera, et cetera. And I think this change was made in response to feedback from the industry, the regulated community stakeholders, who proposed, again, this more performance-based standard. So an industry standard such as API doesn't have to be that. It does have to be an industry standard. It has to be one that can be independently verified by virtue of subparts 5 and 6 that we just looked at. But it allows then the operator to have some leeway, some latitude about what the best measurement equipment is, and obligates them, I think it's fair to say, to use a recognized industry practice, whether it is 1410 or another one. But I think that was the intent, again, was to pivot away from the more prescriptive to the more performance-based. And again, Mr. Bolander could be more specific.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to the slideshow then, Mr. Ames?
Yes, why don't we?
Okay. And I think we're on slide 49.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, so now we've talked about measuring. Now we want the operators to provide accurate, detailed reports to the division on a monthly basis about their venting and flaring. And we have asked them to do so, as I've said, in a fairly detailed way. This is true for both upstream and midstream operators. And the objectives, you can see, again, obtain the reliable, accurate data, increase understanding of operations, equipment, and emergencies or malfunctions that contribute to venting and flaring. I again, think this is a very important aspect of these rules for both the division and the regulated community and the public and other stakeholders to understand the sources of venting and flaring, and in so understand better how to reduce those emissions from those sources. Providing timely notice to OCD of emergencies or malfunctions, somewhat self-evident. And ultimately, this, as I mentioned, will provide the basis for determining an operator's annual gas capture percentage for purposes of the latter portions of the rule here. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides provide some detail on the reporting requirements for emergencies. I will say that in most regards, the requirements here track the emergency spill reporting requirements that I'm sorry, I'm gonna not have the rule number at my fingertips, although it may be there, 1915-29 Form C-141 reporting. So we kind of tracked that. And I'm not going to read the slide to you other than to say that there are thresholds of 50 MCF and 500 MCF, which dictate the timing of the reporting to the division. And as the red text or the orange text says there, we modified this after the original rules to make it more consistent with 1915-29 and C-141 reporting criteria.
Matt, why did the division add the phrase "from a single event" in several places in G1?
So I believe the background for that change was feedback from the regulated community that in certain circumstances, and I think the one cited were lightning storms or storm events, where it might be that they were dealing with multiple incidents and that they didn't want those multiple incidents counted towards the thresholds. So I think that the single event clarification was to limit it to just what it says, a single event. And if I'm wrong, someone will correct me. Ready for the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, so beginning in June of this year, 6 months from now, 5 months from now, operators will be obligated to file a monthly venting and flaring report with the division. It is 13 specific categories for reporting venting and flaring on the EMP side, and 10 categories in the gathering side. And you can see from the text that we did reduce those reporting categories, originally 20 and 15. I know there are many lawyers watching, and so there is one subpart in the 13. So if you count subparts, I think we're at 14. In that reporting, and I think we'll take a look at the categories themselves here in a little bit. But in that reporting, operators must specify whether the volumes were measured or calculated, as we talked about a little bit ago. And there are requirements on the calculations, as you've seen, that they must be verifiable. Some of those categories are emergencies, routine repair or maintenance, manual liquid unloading, uncontrolled storage tanks, venting as a result of normal operations of pneumatic controllers. And OCD is developing a new form, C115B, to capture this reporting. And there's a bit of a contingency measure in place for the second half of 2021, where the division will notify operators of the means for them to report their venting and flaring for the latter half of 2021 until that form is developed and ready. Mr. Powell, if you could, I think we're in the right place here, if you could bring up the page from Exhibit 2B that shows the specific reporting requirements. And commissioners, this is OCD Exhibit 2B at pages 5 and 6.
Mr. Garcia, you get authorization to share.
Matt, you referenced 2B. 2B is the clean version of our current proposal. Do you mean 2A?
I think what I have prepared is the clean version. So
okay.
See the language as it is being proposed. And I'm sorry, it does not show this particular exhibit doesn't show red line. So again, I just really the only point here is for you to see all of the 13/14 categories, and Brandon can get them to fit on the page just like that. Oh, wait, there you go. Back up one. There you go. Perfect. So I'm not going to read aloud to you, but you can spend a minute to look through those. And important to say here, I guess, a couple of things. One, all of this is being reported on a monthly basis. Two, it's detailed and specific. We know that the regulated community would like for there to be fewer categories. We did winnow it down, as I said, from 20 to 13 or 14. We think it's important to have this level of detail for reasons that I think I've already described. And even though all of these categories are being reported, remember that some of these are allowed venting and flaring insofar as they're not considered waste. And an easy example of that is letter 2A, the emergencies, not considered waste, therefore will not count against the operator in their gas capture percentage. Another one that is not counted against them is H(i). That is the circumstance where there are impurities in the gas stream that make it impracticable or infeasible or unsafe to put into a gathering system. Small L near the bottom, venting and flaring from an exploratory, should be exploratory well, is another one that is not counted against the operator. So those are called out in subpart 9 below, but I just thought I would point it out here that even though we have many reporting categories, not all of those reporting categories are considered waste.
Matt, I have a question for you about that. Why does the division want reporting for categories of venting and flaring that does not constitute waste?
I think my answer to that, Mr. Ames, is that what the division wants is the best, cleanest, most accurate picture that it can obtain of venting and flaring, whether it's waste or not. And I think a good example of that are the emergencies. There's quite obviously so much attention now on methane emissions. Very, very much venting is very much frowned upon. And I think to the extent that we can say, this arose out of an emergency situation, that is an understandable, reasonable situation where venting is necessary. So I think even though it's not waste and not going to count against them in their gas capture percentages, it's important to know those processes. I would point to, if we look back a few years, pneumatics. Pneumatics are pretty widely considered to be a not insignificant source of venting. And not so many years ago, there were something called high bleed pneumatics, which were a tremendous source of venting and flaring. If you don't measure that and you don't know that, then you don't know to fix that. And now high bleed pneumatics have essentially been, replaced almost universally, I think, at this point, in favor of no bleed or low bleed pneumatics. And so it's just, this is useful information. This is good data. This is data that helps the regulated community and helps the agency be more effective in its regulations.
So Matt, you said that it would be helpful for the division, the commission, the regulated community to know about venting and flaring in these categories, even if they're not waste. But do you believe that the commission has the statutory authority to require reporting for venting and flaring that it currently doesn't consider to be waste?
I think so, yes. I would say yes, based on what we have previously talked about, if I'll go back to my example of high bleed. High bleed pneumatics were once upon a time a valid technology. That technology has been supplanted as technologies emerge and evolve. Then using the out-of-date technology is no longer appropriate. So what is defined as waste changes, and what's not waste today may be waste in the future as technologies evolve.
So if I understand you correctly, you're suggesting that the commission could find that it's reasonably necessary to require reporting of venting and flaring that is not currently waste in order to prevent waste as required by the statute?
Yes.
Thank you. If you're done talking about this particular document that's on the screen, I'd like to bring up Exhibit 2A.
Okay.
Are you done? Are you done for now, Matt?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we can look at G2. Thank you. Stop right there. So Matt, the division has proposed some additional changes to this language. I'd just like to review those changes with you. The first is that the division's proposed to add the word separately, as in the operator shall separately report the volume of vented natural gas and the volume of flared natural gas. Why did the division make that? Why is the division making that proposal today?
I think back to the graph I mentioned earlier this morning that Ms. Pollock showed yesterday, identifying separately the volumes of natural gas being flared and that being vented. A very, very important distinction in my estimation, for reasons that we've talked about today already. And we wanted to be sure that we captured that distinction in the reporting. So I think it's absolutely essential that those volumes be reported separately.
Okay, and in the interest of transparency, I think you said that we have proposed roughly 12 categories of reporting, but now we're requiring, we're proposing to require operators to report their vented and flared gas separately. That actually technically increases the number of categories, doesn't it?
You're sure? I guess maybe it doubles them. I think it's still the same number of categories. They have to report 2 different waste streams is one way to think about it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that with you. And then I see some additional changes down below. It looks like we've added some language regarding reporting by quarter. Why did the division propose that?
These were some clarifying suggestions made by the industry stakeholders, if I recall, which seemed appropriate to the division to be more specific. So it is true that beginning on July 1st, the first thing that happens is a gathering of data, not a submission of data. So that explains the first change there. So beginning in July, the operator will gather data for quarterly reports in a format specified by the division. And I mentioned that previously while they're awaiting completion of the Form C-115B. And then I think the regulated community asked for specific submittal dates, which naturally would be different for the 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter. And those are spelled out in the amended language.
Okay, and all these changes here in the main part of paragraph 2, they're all in response to proposals of other parties in their pre-hearing statements?
That is correct, and I'm fairly sure that I want to say that the separately request came from the environmental NGO side, and the clarifications of the timing of reporting came from the regulated community side.
Thank you. Could we curse down a bit further to see all of H, subparagraph H? Do you see the changes in H1 and H2, Matt?
I do.
And I think you touched on this briefly. Can you describe again for the commission where this came from, first of all, and why the division thinks it would be a good idea to break this subparagraph in this category into 2 subcategories?
Yes. Again, I think that if I recall, in our early drafts, the division had an exception for nitrogen and hydrogen sulfide, but not carbon dioxide or oxygen. So the regulated community asked for those additional 2 constituents or contaminants to be included in the list. We understand the reasoning for that and agree with that and added that in. The distinction between H little I and HII, or between nitrogen, hydrogen sulfide, and carbon dioxide and oxygen is that the first 3 in little I are contaminants or impurities that could be in the gas stream naturally, I will say, not introduced by the operator. They could be there for different reasons, but through no fault of the operator. Oxygen, as I understand it, this is probably a better place for Mr. Bolander or Mr. Powell ultimately, but as I understand it, oxygen contamination would be a consequence of the operators doing, not occurring naturally. So that's why there are two separate categories. And when we get to the accounting piece of the natural gas reduction requirements, the first three are not counted against an operator's lost gas. H little I is because of that fact that it's through the operator's doing that it would be necessary to vent or flare that gas.
Okay, thank you. With respect to subparagraph L, I see a category added for venting and flaring from a delineation well, or as we're currently calling them, exploratory wells, and I believe our notice of errata makes that correction. Why did we add this category?
The main reason, and I'm hesitating because I want to make sure there are not two reasons. The main reason is, as we've indicated, we believe it is appropriate. Well, let me say it differently. Exploratory wells are, by definition, put in places where it is unlikely that there is gathering infrastructure. And there is a time period in which it is appropriate, if not necessary, to allow an operator to make a determination of the economic viability of that well. During that time period, it is reasonable for the gas to be vented or flared with the sideboards that we've put in place. Given that circumstance, we wanted a separate category here to understand, just as we do with the others, the volume that is coming from that source. I think for the record, we don't expect it to be a large volume because we don't expect there to be a large number of exploratory wells. Nonetheless, we do want to be able to specify, quantify what that number is from the exploratory wells. That's the reason for having an exception, or I'm sorry, for having a reporting category. And then this is one of the categories that does not count against the operator's lost gas calculation. So that's my best answer.
Thank you. And I will have a question for you regarding paragraph 3, but I believe you're going to start addressing the issues in paragraph 3 in your next slide. So I'll ask you at the conclusion of your presentation on that slide.
Okay, fair enough. So I think with that, I've lost track of who's driving, Mr. Powell or Ms. Pollack, but whomever, if we can get back to the slides, we'll proceed.
I'm now driving, Matt. You should see your slides.
I do. Thank you very much. And I think you can go to the next one, Tiffany. Okay, so these next couple of slides just touch on the last couple of subparts of the venting and flaring requirements. We're asking operators to report the lost natural gas both in a volumetric, sort of a gross calculation, and as a percentage of production. And number 4 there is perhaps one that you will hear more about from the regulated community who are not in favor of this requirement, that they be obligated to notify and report to the royalty owners in the mineral estate the volumes of natural gas that are being vented and flared. I think I mentioned yesterday, as in the higher level overview, why the division believes this is appropriate. It is intended, be very candid, to be a disincentive to venting and flaring, so that those royalty owners know that that is money that is being taken out of their pockets. And I will also point out because I know in several places industry is referencing the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission rules on venting and flaring that were just adopted, and COGCC has included in their venting and flaring rule a requirement to notify royalty owners of the volumes of gas being vented or flared as well. So that's why this is in here, or that's we agree with the logic of the COGCC and have included it. Eric, I know you want to ask questions about 3. I think there's one more slide that has subpart 5 on it.
Right.
Okay, there's not. So
no, there's not. So
we'll talk about that in any event, but why don't we go to your questions?
Yes, thank you. Can we pull up Exhibit 2A again, please, and focus in on G3, 4, and 5? 8G, 3, 4, and 5. Excellent. That works for the moment. Thank you, Brandon. So, Matt, what I'm seeing is that the division is proposing to strike its original language requiring the operator to report lost natural gas on a volumetric and percentage basis each month, and replaced it with a requirement that the division will do this. Why is the division doing this? Why is the division making this change?
Yes, the change was made at the request of the industry stakeholder group. And I am going to not be able to give you a good explanation of the industry's rationale for that. I apologize. I think this detail got slipped through the cracks in my brain. I can speculate, but I'd rather not. I do recall that it was based on industry input.
Okay. I can ask Mr. Powell that question during his testimony. I think he has probably a clearer understanding of the division's rationale. So we'll move on. I see in G3A, so if we can curse down just a little bit there, I see that we are allowing the operator to deduct volumes of vented and flared natural gas that's not suitable for transportation or processing due to N2, H2S, and CO2. Why? I think you touched on this already, but could you just recap what's going on here?
Right. Yes, I did. I'm sorry, Mr. Powell. Can I just see the beginning of Part A there? There you go. Thank you. Right. So I think I did talk about this, but I'll try to elaborate or summarize. The 3 constituents that are listed, the nitrogen, hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, are considered impurities that may prohibit gas from being put into a gathering system, and which occur naturally or may be entrained in that gas stream through no action of the operator. And that is the reason that gas that is vented or flared because of those contaminants is allowed to be excluded. That is not the case with oxygen, as I understand it.
Thank you. I think you did explain it well the first time, but I appreciate your indulging me. If you can go down, Brandon, to paragraph 5. So, Matt, it looks like the division is proposing to strike third-party verification. Is that true?
It certainly looks that way, but looks can be deceiving. We have a third-party verification requirement later on, I think in subpart 9 that we'll get to here shortly, or maybe subpart 10. But in any event, the division's interpretation is that third-party verification authority extends to all aspects of this rule. So it previously appeared here in subpart 5, where it has now been stricken, And in a subsequent section, the division's determination was that it was not necessary in both places, struck it here, left it in the other place, and feels that would apply to any measuring or reporting that's within the scope of this rule.
Thank you. That's all my questions on G3, 4, and 5. So if you want to return to the PowerPoint,
Okay.
please do.
Terrific, thank you. By my count, Ms. Pollock, we should be at slide 54. Fantastic. We are entering the home stretch. The statewide natural gas capture requirements are the third major part of Rule 27 and the fourth part of Rule 28. This is the heart of the rule's intent that by the end of 2026, all upstream operators will be capturing no less than 98% of the natural gas that they bring to the surface, and that all midstream operators will be capturing 98% of the natural gas volumes that they gather. Ms. Pollock touched on this in her testimony. I wish to reiterate that to the best of my knowledge, this would be the first in the nation requirement by rule that has a fixed deadline of the end of 2026 and a fixed target percentage of no less than 98%. There are some earlier precedents, one by the BLM in the 2016 rules that also set a 98% capture rate over a period of time. That rule was suspended through litigation. The North Dakota Industrial Commission in 2014, by order, not by rule, but by order, established a target for capture over time. That target capped out at 91%, and that target of 91% would have been effective November of 2020, so a few months ago. But again, that was by order. That order was subsequently modified and I want to say made less binding, less restrictive. While we did look to that North Dakota order for some guidance on establishing this 98%, we've gone farther than that. I think it's also relevant to note that that North Dakota order was put in place in 2014, not 2021. So if North Dakota were to look at this again, they might think differently about it. So there you go, 98% by 2026. The objectives stated: obtain objective, measurable, meaningful reductions of waste from venting and flaring on a realistic, fixed, enforceable schedule. We do feel this is a realistic schedule. I will point out, if I can find the right citation quickly, it is in the MAP report, which is your OCD Exhibit 6 at page 155. There is a table 2 that shows that venting and flaring in New Mexico now on a statewide basis hovers around 4% over the last several years. It's substantially higher in the Permian Basin, not surprisingly. It fluctuates between about 3% and 6%, but on a statewide basis, according to that data, it's around 4%. Getting that down to 2% over the next several years seems eminently reasonable and doable to us. We feel we have provided operators with adequate lead time to establish baseline emission rates before commencing required reductions. And we have done this primarily through performance-based standards rather than prescriptive requirements. Next slide, please. So I've shared with you the objectives. Let me talk a little bit about how this gets implemented then. There are sanctions for operators who are not in compliance with their gas capture requirement. Maybe this is a good place to clarify that the remainder of 2021, the second half of 2021, that baseline will be established. An operator's capture rate, sorry, I'll say it differently, the operator's loss rate will be essentially divided by 5. That's the number of years between now and 2026. And that number will be a percentage number that the operator will have to improve their capture rate by each year. That is established at the beginning of 2022 and will not change. So if an operator does spectacularly well in year 1 and gets ahead, that's great. They can spend the next couple of years figuring out how they'll get all the way to 98%. If an operator falls behind, they will have to catch up. There is no reset, no do-over. Well, I said that in absolute terms, and things are not always absolute. Operators have the opportunity to request a hearing and so forth. But the intent here is that it is set and it is then fixed, and operators have that time frame to get to that 98% capture. So with that, the division may deny or conditionally approve an APD or impose other sanctions for an operator that is not meeting its annual gas capture requirements. Another important tool in the division's toolbox to ensure compliance is that an operator who is out of compliance may see its approved APDs suspended if it falls out of compliance with its natural gas capture rate. So even if, as I said, even if the division has approved APDs, an operator is not in compliance, it may lose its right to go ahead and actually drill those approved wells. And then as a third sort of incentive or inducement for compliance, we'll talk about a natural gas capture plan, a natural gas management plan that is required for upstream operators. And we've created 2 tiers for that, a streamlined tier for operators who are in compliance with their capture requirements, and a bit more onerous plan requirement for those who are not in compliance. Next slide. Okay, so now substance, part A of 27.9 and 28.10. We've touched on this briefly. There are now 2 distinct reporting areas, the north part of the state and the south part of the state, dividing line being Township 9 North. Operators must, that's a typo, must comply in each area independently. This was a change, I think a meaningful and important change that was made after the initial draft. This was made in response largely to stakeholders from the environmental NGO community who I think rightly pointed out that there are differences in the production and operations between the 2 halves of the state, and that it made more sense to look at those 2 halves of the state separately and require compliance in both. So we made that change. I think I've touched already on the second bullet point there. The third bullet point for operators with a baseline capture rate below 60%, or who do not keep up with their annual increased capture requirements, those operators must submit a compliance plan. The logic here is that if you're venting or flaring 40% of your gas, you need to get focused and come up with a plan for the division's approval about how you will be able to meet the 98% compliance requirement over the time allotted. And the same is true if you fall out of compliance. What is your plan for making up for that lost ground that you lost in the first year or the first couple of years, knowing that you still have to hit 98% by the end of 2026. Finally, there is a provision for the transfer of wells. We were aware that certainly operators transfer wells back and forth, and some wells might have a high flaring or venting rate, and some wells might have a lower, and that might affect your overall compliance or your overall capture or loss rate. And so we noodle around quite a bit about how to deal with that. And ultimately, what we decided is that the transfer does not change an operator's required capture rate or the time frame in which it must comply. The operator may come to the division and request a modification, but the burden is on the operator to demonstrate the special circumstances that would justify such a change. So the default and the anticipated outcome is that there is no change resulting from a transfer. If an operator can make a case for special circumstances, it's within the commission's discretion, and the commission, I think, is the right term here, to grant a modification to the requirement.
Before you move on, Matt, and to 9B, can we bring up Exhibit 2A and look at Section 9A, 1 through 4? Okay, thank you. Let's curse down a little bit more, Brendan, to 9.3 and 4, 9A, 3 and 4. So Matt, you were just discussing the operator's obligation to comply with the natural gas capture requirements for acquired assets. I do believe you said that the commission's the right one to decide, but I think if you look in the last line in subsection or in paragraph 3, it's the division that would be making that decision. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
Okay. I did want the commission to see that the material you were just discussing is essentially new. Is that right?
Yes.
So originally in 9A3, we had a very simple statement about an operator who acquires one or more wells from another operator has to comply with its statewide natural gas requirements. Did that seem imprecise to the division? Is that why the division's making this change? I mean, whose statewide requirements was the acquiring operator to comply with?
So yeah, give me just a second to suss this out, Mr. Ames. So here's my my hesitancy is I think the original rule may have been written at a time when there was only one statewide capture requirement, not the two different areas that may have contributed to part of this. I think fundamentally the intent here hasn't changed, that the operator's acquisition of one or more wells from another operator shall not affect its natural gas capture requirements. But as I described, there is the opportunity for the operator within 60 days of the acquisition to request a modification to the gas capture requirements. I do remember that there was some input from the regulated community about these requirements. that's, I'm sorry, but I think that's the best I'm going to be able to do on the reasoning behind that change.
All right. We can ask Mr. Powell about that during his testimony. I think he'll have some insight into that as well. With respect to paragraph 4, this is a fairly lengthy addition that the division is proposing. Is this what you described in your slide regarding operators who are out of compliance not being allowed to spud wells even if they have approved APDs?
It is, yes. And I'll ask Mr. Powell to scroll down just a little bit so we can see the full language of subpart 4, maybe not. Make it smaller. There you go. There you go. Thank
Matt,
you.
could you just walk us through how this works? You know, just line by line review the way that this proposal is intended to work?
Yes. So Brandon, I apologize. Why don't you make it a little bit bigger and then we'll just scroll line by line. Thanks. So yeah, so the question arises, and I will say that this is an important point for the environmental NGO stakeholder community. You know, we have this this gas capture target, we have this fixed timeline, and what should be the consequence if an operator is not keeping up with its compliance targets? Should that operator be allowed to continue to spud, drill new wells? And again, obviously the different stakeholder groups can speak for themselves. The division concluded that it should, I'll say it differently. I think the division felt that the commission would have the authority to suspend APDs for an operator who was out of compliance, even if those APDs had previously been approved. That's sort of the genesis of this rule language. So the division's proposal here is that an operator that is out of compliance with the natural gas requirement for the previous year must submit a compliance plan demonstrating its ability to comply with the natural gas annual capture requirement for the current year. So let me try to say that in real terms. In the beginning of 2022, an operator will be told that on an annual basis, it must increase its capture rate by X percent. Let's just say X percent is 3%. At the end of 2022, an operator has failed to make the 3%. Under this rule, by March 30th, the operator must have submitted a plan to the division explaining how by the end of 2023, it will have increased its capture rate by 6%. I think the division's concern is that once you fall behind, it gets increasingly difficult to catch up and keep up. So that's the logic here. You now have to demonstrate to the division how you will comply, how you will make up what you didn't capture in the first year and keep up with the current year's requirement. If the division determines, after a reasonable opportunity to meet with the operator, that the compliance plan does not demonstrate the ability to comply with the gas capture requirements for the current year, the operator's approved APDs for wells that have not been spud shall be suspended, pending a division hearing to be, Brandon's going to scroll down for me, to be held no later than 30 days after the determination. So the process here is that the operator submits a plan, the division evaluates the plan, the division gives the opportunity to the operator to meet and confer and discuss, and if the division determines that the plan is inadequate, the APDs are suspended, and then the operator has the opportunity to challenge that suspension.
And so in having the ability to challenge the suspension, is that really something new or different? After all, the division is taking away some permission it's given. Is it typical for a regulated entity to have some right to challenge an agency's decision to revoke a priorly granted permission?
With the caveat that I am not licensed to practice law in New Mexico, I would say yes, as a general proposition. If you suspend somebody's license or permit, they have opportunities for due process and redress.
And which would likely exist regardless whether we said it or not. Is that right?
That is likely true.
How about this last phrase, the last sentence in this section? What does this mean?
I would interpret this to mean that the remedy specified in this subpart is not the exclusive remedy available to the division, and the division want to be express about that, perhaps in anticipation of an argument that because you specified this remedy, all the others are excluded, and then that is not the intent, and the division wanted to be clear about that.
Thank you. I think we can move on to your next slide.
Okay. Okay, so this now gets into subpart 2 of 9B and 10B, which subpart B we have called accounting. This is similar to but different from the monthly reporting requirements that we talked about previously for monthly reports about volumes vented and flared. Now the operator essentially is summing up those monthly reports to arrive at an annual number, and by February 15th of each year, the operator must submit a report certifying its compliance with the statewide gas capture requirements. And what the accounting process does that follows in multiple subsections is specify the categories of vented or flared gas that are not considered lost gas. And we've talked about those as we've gone along, and they are listed here on the slide. I think the slide captures all of the lost gas exclusions, emergencies, those contaminants, beneficial use, and exploration wells. And I know we've talked about all of those. So fundamentally, what the operator is doing is saying, I produced a gross volume of gas that is X. A large percentage of that gas got put into a sales line. Some of that gas was used for beneficial purposes on the lease. Some of that gas was vented or flared for reasons that are excluded from the lost gas calculation. I get to take those out of the equation, and then I divide that remainder, the lost gas that was vented or flared, for something other than the 4 reasons on the screen, and I divide that by my produced gas total, and I get a percentage. That's what subpart B articulates. And there's one more important part of subpart B that I hope we get to on the next slide. I think we will. But that's all I want to say about this slide. Okay, I think thanks, Ms. Pollack. I think we're good there. The other opportunity that an operator has to reduce its, I should say it differently, the other opportunity an operator has to increase its gas capture percentage is to take advantage of the alarm capture credit. So what is now seeming like a very long time ago to me, we talked about the definition of alarm which is the advanced leak and repair monitoring technology. If an operator uses that technology and identifies natural gas leaks, reports those leaks to the division and repairs those leaks, it is eligible for a credit against its lost gas percentage. Again, the intent here was to incent operators to use some of the advanced technologies, the fixed wing aircraft, and we are confident there will be other technologies that emerge that might also qualify for the credit, and provided that the operator meets the requirements in the rule, which I've sort of quickly articulated. They must use the technology to identify a leak. They must isolate the leak and ultimately repair the leak in a timely fashion. They must report the leak to the division. And they must be using that technology not just on a one-off basis, but as kind of a routine part of their natural gas capture management requirements or practices. If all of that is done, they can receive a credit of 40 or 60%, and you can see that we raised that credit from the initial draft against the volume of gas that was lost from the leak that they identified and repaired. And there's a few other caveats on the conditions on the way that the credit may be used. And that, again, this gets reported annually. So if an operator gets a credit, it can use that credit anytime over the next 2 years. So it might not be used in the same year in which that leak was repaired or identified. The operator can use it strategically, at a time when it's maybe closer to its capture threshold. Next slide.
Before you move on, Matt, I have one question about 9B.
Of course.
So if we could bring up OCD Exhibit 2A and curse to 9B4, or I think it's actually 9B5 now. Thank you. So Matt, first of all, there's a number of edits here in 9B, in the main paragraph 9B and 9B1, 9B2, 9B3, 9B4. Are these all essentially changes that you've addressed already? You just addressed in your testimony about what categories are counted and which ones aren't?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So my focus really is on 5. We've proposed to add the phrase, which method shall be consistent with subsection F of 1915-27-8 NMAC. Why is the division proposing that change? Would it help to go back to 8F?
Well, let me tell you what I think it says, and if I'm wrong, you will correct me. But I think the section referenced there is the section that says that the methodology must be verifiable by a third party. And because we added that condition, we wanted this requirement, this method used to measure or estimate, also to be verifiable. So I think it was a creation of parallel construction and like requirements.
Thank you. Thank you. You can move on to the 9C now, I think. 59.
So back to the slides.
I'm getting there.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm sorry?
No, I'm getting there. It just takes a second. Okay. There we go.
Before Matt proceeds, Ms. Orth, can you advise what our plan is in the next half hour? Will we continue until the noon hour, or are we going to break earlier?
So we have a need for a hard stop between noon and 1. Let me look to Mr. Baca for a thumbs up that we can continue till noon. All right, thank you. Mr. Baca has indicated we can continue up till noon. If you would stop then.
Okay. Well, Mr. Baca, I believe that we started up around 10:10. 10:15. We may be pushing Mr. Lepore's limits here. He's been testifying for a little more than an hour. Mr. Lepore, do you feel comfortable continuing for another half an hour?
I am fine to do so, Mr. Ames. I appreciate your asking. I think we have 3 or 4 slides left, and I certainly would hope we could finish in half an hour, and I would bet most everyone else does too.
Okay, then I'll stop talking about that and move on. Let's talk about 9C, please.
Okay, one more slide, please, Ms. Pollock. Okay. Right, so we're now back to third-party verification, and we looked at previously a section where the third-party verification language had been stricken, and I promised that it appeared later, and this is where it appears in 27.9. Where are we? C? Yes, 27.9C. So the division may request that an operator retain a third party to verify data or information collected or reported, make recommendations to correct or improve the collection and reporting, and implement any recommendations approved by OCD. I think we've added a little bit of language to the rule since this slide was created that creates an opportunity for the operator to have a bit of a dialogue with the division and see if the division and the operator can reach an accord about what is required with respect to the reporting and whether or not the third-party verification is required. And ultimately, of course, that decision rests with the division.
Before you move on to 9D, can we bring up Exhibit 2A and look at that language? I'd like the commission to have an opportunity to see the language that you've just described. And while that's being brought up, was this language agreed to with the industry group, New Mexico Oil and Gas Association?
It is my understanding that that the division engaged with the representatives of the industry, and there is concurrence on this language.
Does the division believe this language still provides it with sufficient authority to require third-party verification in a meaningful manner?
Yes.
So looking at this provision, I see that we struck subsections F and G of 27.8 and replaced it with this part. What was the purpose of that? What is the purpose of that proposal?
So this part means part 27. So the entirety of the rule is in play, for lack of a better way. The division may request that an operator retain a third party to verify any data or information collected or reported pursuant to anything within 27.7. Within part 27, period. Not just subsections F and G. So again, that's why the division was comfortable striking the language that we looked at previously in a different subpart, because now this opportunity, this authority to request third-party verification applies to the entire part.
Thank you. Let's move on to 9D then.
Slide 60. Okay, statewide natural gas management plan. This is a provision that applies only to the upstream side, so doesn't implicate midstream operations. And the intent here is to motivate advanced planning for takeaway capacity for operators who are contemplating bringing new wells into production. This gathering natural gas management plan really was at the heart of North Dakota's efforts to reduce venting and flaring. It is predicated on an understanding that a significant amount of venting or flaring has resulted from associated gas that is associated with wells that are really being drilled to produce oil. And in some cases, those wells are being drilled without waiting for appropriate gathering infrastructure for the gas. Under those circumstances, something has to be done with the gas, and two of the choices are venting and flaring the gas. So the division is proposing that operators, all operators for all wells, beginning on June 1st of this year, will file a gas management plan with each APD they submit. And those gas management plans will specify how the operator intends to comply with parts 27.8A through D. If you'll recall, those are the parts that limit venting and flaring to specific circumstances. There is an ongoing obligation for an operator who has filed a natural gas management plan to notify the division if that operator either comes out of compliance with its annual gas capture requirement, or the anticipated gathering capacity that it had thought it had has become unavailable, insufficient, or uncertain. That ongoing requirement will allow the division the flexibility to modify conditions on its APD, on the APD, if it has approved the APD, or adjust accordingly. And then the final bullet there indicates that it is within the division's authority to conditionally approve or deny an APD where the gathering capacity appears to be unavailable, insufficient, or uncertain, or the operator has filed a venting and flaring plan that is not adequate. Next slide, please. So I think we've talked about bullet 1, bullet 2. As I mentioned earlier, we've got a two-tiered approach here for operators who are in compliance with their natural gas capture requirement. They have a little more streamlined set of requirements for their report. For those who are not in compliance, they must file a more comprehensive plan with some additional information. And then the last bullet point there that I want to touch on is that the division recognizes that some of the information provided in the natural gas capture plan might be confidential, and the operator may file a request asserting confidentiality of that information.
Before you move on, Matt, I'd like to ask you a couple questions about D1 and D2. So it's the questions will be fairly contemporaneous with what your testimony. Can we bring up OCD Exhibit 2A? So Matt, I see that thank you, Brandon. I see that in D1, the division is proposing to add 2 additional information requirements. Where did these come from, and why is the division proposing them?
So I believe that these were asks of the environmental NGO stakeholder group that this additional information be included in the natural gas capture, natural gas management plans. And I believe that they referenced the recent Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission rules as including similar requirements. And the division felt that these were consistent with the overall approach of the division again, to encourage appropriate planning and foresight and practices to minimize the need to vent or flare.
And so D1D concerns operational best practices. Why is that a relevant topic of information for a natural gas capture plan?
So sort of, I would say it ties back to, in many ways, the performance standards that we talked about earlier, ensuring that the equipment brought on site is of sufficient size, sufficiently advanced technologies to handle anticipated production flows, and ensure that you don't get sort of that gas that cannot be processed by the equipment that has been put in place.
And how about D1Es? Would you suggest that similarly serves the function of ensuring equipment meets the requirements on the ground?
Yes, yes, very similar concept, I think.
Okay. So with respect to D2, there's quite a bit of strikeout in the initial paragraph. What is the objective here?
So the objective here was clarifying clarifying sort of at what point in time the operator's status, the operator's state of compliance is measured and what it is measured against. So I guess another way of saying that is there's a recognition that within the scope of a year, if we go back to an earlier example and say that an operator's obligation was to increase its capture percentage by 3%, that might not have happened in February. It might have happened by June. It might have faltered in July and still be achieved by December. So the question is, how and when do you make that determination? And that's what we had tried to capture here. So at the time the APD is submitted for a new or recompleted well, you look at the operator's cumulative compliance for the year. So if they were out of compliance in February but are in compliance now, that's what you look at. As it relates to that single number, that single baseline capture reduction rate. So in my example, it's the 3% rate for the year. If it was out of compliance the year before, it's still got to catch up. So it's looking at can I get to 6%?
Okay.
I hope that's clear enough. It's a little bit of a tricky concept to explain.
Thank you. I think you did well. In D2, B3, we added some additional language, replaced some existing language, and added some more. What is the reason for this change?
So I think this was a change at the request of the regulated community. Rather than the entire natural gas gathering system as built or planned, if not yet built, the regulated community suggested that what was most important was the route of the pipeline from the well location to the existing or planned interconnect of the natural gas gathering system, and that seemed appropriate to the division. Gathering systems can be large, they can span long distances, and what really the division wants to know is that there is capacity and that the operator can connect to it from a particular well location. And so I think the change was made to try to reflect that.
Okay. Thank you. Let's return to your slides and talk about D4. Or you can testify regarding D4. and moving on from there.
Okay. So D4 and D5 are important. What D4 requires is that the operator, at the time it submits its APD, must certify it will or will not be able to connect to a gathering system with sufficient capacity to transport 100% of the anticipated volume of natural gas produced at each well at the time of first production. So this is sort of the moment of truth for the operator. The ask is that they've evaluated the takeaway capacity. They have evaluated the production they expect from the wells they're asking for. They have anticipated when those wells will come online, and that when all of those things come together, they will be able to put 100% of that production into a gathering line. Or there are other things they could be doing with that, and then that gets a little bit to the next part. But that is what they must certify to. I think that's a fairly high bar. We would expect operators to take that seriously and not make that certification without a high degree of confidence that they had planned accordingly and knew that there would be takeaway capacity. The next part gets to what happens if the operator cannot make that certification. And if they cannot make that certification, then the operator must talk about alternatives. And they must consider that either the operator would shut in the wells for which there was not takeaway capacity, or submit a plan that we have called a venting and flaring plan to evaluate the potential alternative beneficial uses for the natural gas. And we've listed some of those potential alternative beneficial uses: power generation on lease, reinjection for storage or enhanced oil recovery, fuel cell production. You can tell from the way the numbers skip around on the slides, there are some others that are not listed here. But that's, from the division's point of view, an acceptable alternative. If you can't put it into a sales line, can it be used for beneficial use? That's really the first question. If it cannot, can you re-inject it? Can you store it until a different time when there is capacity? Can you generate electricity with it to power your operations at the site? It's not a finite list, it's not a closed list, but it is a list that provides alternatives to venting and flaring, which is, of course, the objective. Next slide. Understanding that there's often significant amount of time that passes between the submission of an APD and the actual turning of the drill bit to the right, the division has imposed a requirement that I mentioned that is a continuing requirement for the operator to notify the division anytime after submitting an APD, either that the capacity that they thought they had is no longer certain, or that the operator becomes aware that it has cumulatively for the year become out of compliance with its statewide natural gas capture requirements. And then finally, at the bottom of the slide, if the operator cannot make the certifications to the availability of the gas gathering capacity or does not have an adequate venting and flaring plan, the division may deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD. And by conditionally, most likely here we mean that you can proceed with your planning, operator, but you may not drill that well until you come back and demonstrate that you have the capacity, or that you come back and demonstrate that in the absence of capacity, you have a plan for alternative beneficial use of that natural gas.
Thank you, Matt. I believe that concludes your testimony. I have no questions for you at this point.
Thank you, Mr. I'm wondering, Mr. Feldwert, you would be the first to cross-examine Mr. Lepore. Do you have a question or two that would fit in the next 10 minutes so that we're not taking a longer break than necessary?
I have some questions. Let me see if I can find one that may not take very long here.
Madam Hearing Officer, if I may, could I ask for a 90-second break?
Oh, go ahead.
And I made one error, Miss Orth. I failed to move the admission of the exhibits through Mr. Lepore, and I need to do that. So, Matt, can you hang around for 1 second? I think we'll need to get this done. Mr. Lepore, did you use and/or cite in your testimony exhibits 11, 12, 13, 14, and so on through 30 that are attached to OCD's pre-hearing statement filed on December 17th?
Mr. James, will you ask me the question one more time, please?
Yes. So I'm asking you, Mr. Lepore, about exhibits 11 through 30 that OCD attached to its pre-hearing statements. At the risk of boring everyone, well, I won't do that. But 11 is the COGCC draft 900 series and so forth through 30. Are these exhibits that you either use to prepare your testimony and some of which you actually cited here today?
Yes, that is correct.
So I'm going to move the admission of exhibits 11 through 30 at this time.
All right, thank you. Let me pause for a moment to see if there are objections from the other parties. OCD exhibits 11 through 30. Please speak up if you have an objection. No? All right, thank you. OCD exhibits 11 through 30 are admitted. I think now we have probably come too close to noon to provide Mr. Felderwort with a reasonable opportunity to ask a question. So let's break now for lunch and return at 1 o'clock. And let me check, hold on here. Yeah, great. From now to 1 o'clock, we'll reconvene at 1. Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but before we adjourn for the lunch hour, I would like to ask, I don't know if I'll need to follow through on this request, but I would like to ask now if it's possible for me to go out of order with the examination of this witness. I may have another commitment that I'm occupied with for a little while after lunch. And so if it's okay with the other parties, I would like to make that request now.
Are there objections to Mr. Biernoff's? I hear an objection, Mr. Biernoff. I believe then we can take you at 1 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, Madam Hearing Officer. I may be occupied with another matter after the lunch hour, and so I am requesting potentially to go later in the proceeding. In other words, to follow rather than precede counsel for the climate advocates.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Any proposal?
No objections.
Thank you. In that case, Mr. Biernoff, the request is granted, and we will see you later.
Thank you, Madam.
We're on lunch hour now. It's 1 o'clock. I see our witness, Mr. Lepore, and I see that Mr. Ames is available. I do not yet see Mr. Baca. Let's wait a moment for our court reporter.
Madam Examiner,
Yes.
it looks like Irene has joined us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It looks like Irene has joined us as the court reporter.
Irene. Okay.
Yes, yeah, I just was not slid over to the side as a panelist, so I couldn't participate and let you know I was here. So I'm ready to go.
Thank you so much, Irene. Welcome. All right, we are back after a lunch break, and when we broke, Mr. Ames had finished his direct examination of the witness, Mr. Lepore, and we turn now to Mr. Feldewert for his cross-examination of Mr. Lepore.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Lepore, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Feldewert. Yes, I can.
Can I have the ability to share the screen, please? I think that'd be the most efficient way to go. Mr. Lepore, can you see the on the screen section 27.8?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and just for the record, and for anybody that's following in a notebook, it's on page 2 of the division's exhibit 2A. Okay, this is the red line strikeout version that we received from the division. Mr. Lepore, I want to focus on this paragraph because I appreciate your testimony on it, and I want to explore a little bit further with you this language here that I have highlighted, which is in this rule, it says that there's a general duty by operators to maximize the recovery of natural gas. You see that?
I do.
Okay, that's what I want to focus on in this waste rule, okay? First off, Mr. Lepore, it sounds like you're familiar with our Oil and Gas Act because you testified a little bit about it. Are you aware of any such requirement imposed on operators by the Oil and Gas Act? And I'm speaking specifically here to maximize the recovery of natural gas.
I am not aware of a requirement in the Oil and Gas Act to maximize the recovery of natural gas. I would also tell you that I wouldn't represent that I am intimately familiar with the New Mexico Oil and Gas Act.
Fair enough, fair enough. I think when you were in this section and referencing this provision, you indicated that no one means to implicate in this waste rule the broader duty when it comes to oil and gas production. Do you recall that?
I recall my testimony about how I would interpret that phrase.
do you agree with me that it could be read incorrectly and out of context here to require operators to engage in production activities that would be not related to the minimization of waste?
I guess my answer is that no matter what we write where, someone can take it out of context and misinterpret its intent.
Okay, so you can see my concern, right?
I think I see your concern, and I think I tried to address your concern in my direct testimony by saying that the interpretation that this imposes a duty unrelated to minimizing waste would not withstand scrutiny.
Okay. Now, on that point, and trying to get to that goal, okay, I want to flip down to 27.8E1, okay? So I'm going to move down here. I'm going to go to subpart E, performance standards, E1. Now we see a similar phrase here: maximize hydrocarbon recovery and minimize waste. Do you see that?
I do.
And the division has proposed and has in their red lines stricken maximize hydrocarbon recovery.
Yes.
Okay. In order to minimize, eliminate the language concern we're talking about, wouldn't it, don't you think it would be appropriate to likewise up here in 27.8.8 to eliminate that same language, maximize the recovery of natural gas, and leave it at the duty to minimize waste, which is what this rule is all about?
My response is that the intent here is to ensure that operators appreciate that if they bring hydrocarbons to the surface, when they bring hydrocarbons to the surface, to me, that's what triggers a duty to maximize the recovery of the hydrocarbons brought to the surface and to minimize the venting and flaring. So it's different sides of the same coin from my perspective. And again, I don't believe the division intended to suggest or impose a broader thou shalt go produce hydrocarbons regardless of the economics. I don't think that's implicit in this. I think if you bring hydrocarbons to the surface, you have a duty to maximize their recovery and minimize the waste.
But wouldn't that same goal be reached if the division does what it did in E1, and that is indicate, look, when you bring hydrocarbons to the surface, you got a duty to minimize waste. Isn't that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, and I think the wordsmithing of it at this point can be left to the commission's discretion.
Okay, all right. Now I want to talk to you about, you mentioned in subparagraph D4. So I think it's right above here. So we're in subpart D on page 3 of the division's exhibit 2A, and then it carries over into page 4. This is a general prohibition against venting and flaring, and then there's the exceptions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're down here in what is now D4, it used to be D5. I'm going over to page 4, and we see a number of references to normal operations. And I think you correctly characterize these as unavoidable losses.
I believe, excuse me, I probably did use that phrase, and that is, I believe, a fair way to characterize the exceptions.
Okay. So these would be instances where, as I think you said, it's infeasible to capture and attempt to put into a sales line.
Right. That is my understanding, with the caveat that there are engineers who will testify on behalf of the division after me who probably are smarter and more articulate in these areas than I am.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I think you also characterize these as instances that do not constitute waste.
I think that is fair as well.
Okay, let me ask you this. When we get to the accounting, the gas capture accounting, so I'm going to go down here to get down here to subpart 27.9, okay? And we're now in the division's methodology of accounting B1. And we see it has 3 subparts, 1, 2, and 3. Okay? That's how they're doing their accounting for the gas capture percentage, right?
Yes.
And as part of that, they're attempting to, you start with the produced gas, and then you calculate the lost gas, and you use that to determine your gas capture percentage. That roughly how it works?
Yes.
Okay, here's my question. Those losses, those releases, those emissions, whatever you want to call them, that we just talked about related to normal operations that are unavoidable, that do not constitute waste, how are they excluded from this calculation? Or put another way, how is it structured so that is not so that unavoidable loss is not counted against operators?
Not all of the categories above are excluded from being counted as lost gas in the accounting sections here. The exclusions are specified and articulated there in those 3 subparts.
So they're not excluded from the calculation of lost gas.
That is correct.
Even though they're unavoidable and they don't constitute waste.
They are low volume, low pressure, difficult to get captured, but they are still being vented, and the division's decision was to have those count
against operators,
against their capture percentage. Yes,
even though it's unavoidable.
And unavoidable, yeah, there are ways to keep those losses to a minimum, which I think are those efforts to minimize those losses are emphasized throughout the rule. But for now, you are correct that the division's position is that those count against an operator's lost gas calculation.
Okay. I want to switch over now. I'm going to try this, and I think it'll work. I want to switch over to your slides that you went through, okay?
Sure.
So I'm going to click this. Does it show up okay?
I can see it. I can read it, yes.
Great, thank you, thank you. All right. So I am in slide 52 of what has been marked as division exhibit 4A. Okay, these are the slides you just went through, Mr. Lepore.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
And you see here, you got a statement that in the first bullet point, and I believe this is a mistake, and I just want to make sure we're both on the same page. You say the operators must submit a monthly V&F report beginning in June of 2021. Now, I believe when you look at G2, that's not correct.
You are correct that in June of 2021, we anticipate that the Form C-115B may not be completed or ready. And that is the form on which this monthly reporting will occur. So for the latter half of 2021, the division will require quarterly reporting in a format that they will advise, and the monthly reporting will begin in January of 2022. So that is not a correct statement on the slide.
Okay, then we're all on the same page. I just wanted to make sure. And that assumes, right, Mr. Lepore, that the systems are in place and operators have the knowledge that they need to be able to implement the monthly reporting beginning in January of 2022.
Yes.
Because at this point, operators don't even know what they're going to have to report on yet, right?
Yeah, maybe I spoke too quickly. I think they will know what they have to report on when the commission adopts the rules.
Bingo, bingo. And then they got to start implementing their systems as they can to be able to meet this ambitious January 2022 monthly reporting obligation.
Objection. Witness did not testify to whether something was ambitious or not. That's an editorial comment by counsel.
Well, he just shook his head, yes.
All right, Mr. Feldewert. No more editorials.
I want to go to back to Exhibit 2A, okay, Mr. Lepore?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And I want to look at the G2 reporting. So give me a moment here to get to the right spot. These are the categories that are being considered. Okay, you and I just talked about, right? The monthly categories or the monthly reporting categories. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. And there was even some changes by the division to what these reporting categories may or may not be since they filed their rule.
That didn't sound like a question to me. It sounded like a statement.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to talk about this new language here we see in subpart G2H. Now, you testified about this and you pointed out that there are now 4 listed contaminants that would result in gas not meeting pipeline specs. That being N2, that's nitrogen, right, Mr. Lepore?
Yes.
H2S is hydrogen sulfide.
Yes.
CO2 is carbon dioxide.
Yes.
And then O2 down there in H, Roman numeral 2 is oxygen.
Yes.
Okay. In your practice as an attorney and as the director of the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, would you agree with me that there are, when you look at these gathering agreements and the pipeline specifications that are involved, that there are more potential contaminants that would result in not meeting pipeline specs beyond just the 4 listed here?
I will say, Mr. Feldewert, that is actually beyond my subject matter knowledge, and I cannot answer that question.
Would you agree with me that if there are other reasons why gas would not meet pipeline specifications, that is not addressed here?
I will certainly agree that what the division has proposed are 4 specific contaminants or impurities that would allow an operator to vent or flare, actually not vent, but flare gas until it meets the gathering pipeline quality standards for those 4 impurities.
Now, the division has suddenly decided to break out and treat separately oxygen from the other three that they have listed here, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified about this, but have you, Mr. Lepore, done any study on how or why oxygen gets introduced into the gas stream?
I personally have not.
Are you aware of any study that the division did in examining how or why oxygen gets introduced into the gas stream?
I do not have any specific knowledge of a specific study that the division did or that Mr. Powell or Mr. Bolander may have done or have knowledge of in the past.
You're not aware of anything that they did, Mr. Bolander or Mr. Powell?
That is correct.
Or anything that anyone at the division did?
I am not aware of what they did or did not do.
Okay. Are you aware, therefore, that there may be valid reasons why oxygen gets introduced into the gas stream that is not the result of any kind of operator negligence?
You asked if I'm aware, and I previously testified that I don't have knowledge about this at this level of detail, so I'm not aware one way or the other.
Okay. When there is a commissioning of equipment, Mr. Lepore, when there's a commissioning of equipment, okay, doesn't that sometimes involve the introduction of air to assist in getting the equipment prepared for use safely?
Objection. The witness has already said he's not aware of any studies one way or the other regarding oxygen, and he referred counsel to ask those questions to the witnesses who could answer those questions.
Well, I didn't ask him about a study. I asked him about what during commissioning. So let's see if he knows the answer. Okay. Mr. Lepore.
Madam Hearing Officer, can you rule on the objection, please?
Yes, hold on. Mr. Feldewart, I have heard now Mr. Lepore demur a few times when you reach the extent of his knowledge, the knowledge he can speak from. So it's unclear to me why you're proceeding to this path still.
I think I'm on a different, I'm asking about commissioning of equipment. That's what I'm asking about. I'm asking about commissioning of equipment.
Commissioning of equipment, all right. Mr. Lepore, if you can answer the question, go.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. If I could ask Mr. Feldewart to repeat the question, please.
Mr. Lepore, do you have knowledge about commissioning of oil and gas equipment?
I have very limited knowledge about commissioning of oil and gas equipment, most of which I expressed during my direct testimony, being an understanding that prior to bringing that equipment onto production, it may be prudent and appropriate for safety reasons to purge the equipment with what is not clear to me, but to purge it so that it is clean and able to flow the hydrocarbons effectively.
Are you aware that some of that purging, may involve the introduction of air?
I wouldn't say that I am aware of that it certainly seems logical to me. It is not knowledge that I walk around with in my head.
Okay. And if you agree with me though, that it's normal to introduce air during the purging, that you then have oxygen involved, right? We can agree with that? You and I know that.
It seems reasonable to me.
Okay, all right. Now, this idea here about treating oxygen separately from these other limited list of impurities is important to the gas capture and lost gas reporting. Isn't that right, Mr. Lepore?
It's a factor in the calculation, yes.
And in fact, if I go down to subpart G2, I'm sorry, let's get to the right spot here. Subpart B2, the accounting. These subparagraphs 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay, at 27.89B. That when you look at what the division has listed here, you'll see down here in B3 that their new language, and this is something that they just did, so we haven't had a chance to look at it long, but we see it now. You see that they have allowed the removal of produced gas, the volumes that are vented or flared pursuant to subparts, and you see HI?
Yes, I do.
That would be the paragraph that you and I just looked at that involved nitrogen, CO2, and what was the other one, Mr. Lepore?
Hydrogen sulfide.
Thank you.
This is a memory test.
Yeah, well, it's confusing. And then
Yes,
when you skip over here,
that's the same paragraph.
I think what's not readily apparent, and you have to read a little bit, is that when they go here then to the next subparagraph I, they're not talking about the H Roman numeral 2 where oxygen is listed.
No, they're not talking about oxygen. We are talking about, it's just, it was a funny coincidence of small letters being used to mean different things. Let me get to that part.
Subpart I think here is pneumatics.
Yes.
Okay. So by not including here H Roman numeral 2, and let's go back up to it. You gotta remember where I'm at here. Gee. Thank you. All right, here we go. They've listed H1 as being removed from the operator's produced gas, right?
Yes, sir.
But the division is not listed H2, oxygen.
That is correct.
Which means that if the volumes are flared because of oxygen being in the system, it's counted against operators. They're penalized.
It is part of their lost gas. That is true.
Okay. Even though the introduction of oxygen into the system may be valid.
I am not in a position to say yes or no to that question.
Okay. You mentioned during your discussions or your testimony what's going on in North Dakota.
Yes.
Were you aware that North Dakota a number of years ago attempted to implement a lower gas capture percentage than what is being proposed here?
Yes.
And the operators there and the North Dakota Commission up there has been attempting since that time to meet that lower gas capture percentage.
Could you be more specific about what you're terming the lower gas capture percentage as well as the time frame that we're talking about?
What did North Dakota start with, Mr. Lepore?
Oh my gosh, what did they start with? I would probably really be best to look at one of the references that is in our exhibits and that I cited, but it was in the neighborhood of 70, maybe 75%. If we go back to 2014.
And then what happened after that?
That's a very broad question.
I mean, is council asking what happened after 2014 until the present? That could take a while for the witness to answer.
Okay. Mr. Lepore, did the North Dakota Commission adjust that gas capture percentage?
I'm sorry, Mr. Felder, I did not actually hear all of your question. Could you ask again?
Did North Dakota adjust that gas capture percentage?
To the best of my knowledge, the answer to that question is no. I don't think they have ever actually changed the target capture percentage that they established, which for the record were those proposed by the North Dakota Oil and Gas Trade Association. I don't think they have changed those. What has happened is that particularly following the late 14, early 15 downturn in prices, the expansion of gathering capacity that had been fairly robust slowed down dramatically because of the economics. Once production began to ramp up again as the oil prices recovered, North Dakota operators were far outstripping the gathering capacity with the associated gas from the oil, and thereby not coming very close to those agreed upon capture targets. As a consequence of that, this will be my characterization, the North Dakota Industrial Commission added a number of provisions to the order that resulted in operators being allowed to exclude from the lost gas category a large volume of the gas they were losing. What under our rule would be considered lost gas, what under their rule previously had been considered lost gas, exceptions were created. That's my understanding of it. There are documents in the record that would maybe add more specific detail to that. But that's my understanding of what happened, and the target percentages weren't changed. As I pointed out in my direct testimony, those target percentages were set in 2014, not 2021.
Do you know what those target percentages are now?
Again, to the best of my knowledge, they have not been changed, and they capped out at 91% effective November 2020. That was the original plan.
91%.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware of whether North Dakota operators and the North Dakota Commission has been able to attain since 2014 a 91% gas capture?
So I'm going to ask that you allow me a couple of minutes to find the documents that I have reviewed and relied on in the past in preparation, because those documents do shed light on that. Without looking at those documents, my memory is that they came very close to 90% prior to the 2015 downturn. But I think there are documents in the record that graph that out for us.
Okay, but not 98% or anything close to 98%.
Depending on your definition of close, no, they did not obtain 98% capture that I'm aware of.
Okay. And they've been working on this since 2014?
2014 was the year in which the North Dakota Industrial Commission issued an order requiring natural gas management plans and establishing the target gas capture percentages.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lepore, I want to get into 27.9 D5. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to go to Division Exhibit 2A, go down here to page 10, I believe it is. And I want to talk about these provisions, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm trying to understand how this works, and I believe you helped clarify this in your testimony, but I want to make sure that I properly understood it. When you talked about subpart D4, now, first off, this is when an operator is submitting a natural gas management plan with an APD, right? An application to drill.
That is correct.
So D4 applies when the operator's sitting down, putting together its application to drill, and as a result of these rules, will be coming up with a gas management plan to accompany the submission of that application to drill.
Is that a question?
Yes.
That is correct.
Thank
Also
you.
the same way the North Dakota Industrial Commission did it.
And as you, I think, aptly put it, when you get to the requirement under D4, this is the moment of truth, right? This is when the operator goes through many steps and certifies whether there's going to be adequate takeaway at the time that it submits the APD.
That is correct.
That at the time it submits its APD, that there's going to be adequate takeaway when the well is spud, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then under 4B, if it's not, if it anticipates not being able to connect to a gathering system when it submits its APD, then you get bumped into D5.
Correct.
Okay. And what was confusing to me at this point is both in D4 and in D5, there's been no decision made on the APD. There's been no application to drill issued yet.
Objection, form of question.
Did you understand the question, Mr. Laporte?
It was an objection, it was not a question.
It actually looks like
We've lost the hearing officer.
yeah, I think she got kicked off.
Well, then we better wait.
Madam Chair, I have Felicia on the phone. She's having IT issues.
Oh, good. Okay.
She is almost back on.
All right, let's give her a couple minutes.
Certainly.
Yeah, we'll just hang tight. Why don't we take a quick break and give her, what, 5 minutes to get back? So why don't we come back at 1:45?
Okay.
Question? That's my memory of what I heard right before everything went down. So when we go back on, oh, sorry, I saw Mr. Felderwart trying to talk, but I was going to say when we go back on, I'll ask Mr. Felderwart if he wants to defend his statement or rephrase.
I'll rephrase.
All right. Let's see, it is 1:45. Do we have everyone we need? Thank you, John, for helping me through that terrifying moment.
You're welcome.
Let's see, do we have Mr. Lepore and Mr. Ames?
Mr. Lepore is here.
Okay, and I see
I'm here.
Mr. Ames. And Irene, how are we doing?
All good.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry for that interruption. Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking a break there. As I understand it, Mr. Felderwert will rephrase his last question to Mr. Lepore. Go ahead, Mr. Felderwert.
Sure. And Mr. Lepore, just to help, what I'm focused on here is the added phrase in subpart 5 that says the operator shall either shut in the well. Okay, do you see that?
Nobody is sharing a screen anymore.
Oh, that's my bad. Hold on. Can you see it now?
Not yet. Now it's coming up.
Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay. So we're on subparagraph 5, and I'm trying to focus in on this, what I found to be confusing, and maybe I'm missing something. But this phrase, the operator shall either shut in the well. Okay, this has been added.
Yes, yes.
Now, as I understand it, in 4B, if you can't identify takeaway capacity at the time that you are submitting into your APD, you move into subparagraph 5. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that is fair characterization, yes.
Okay. And it used to say that when you got into that scenario, the operator shall submit a vent, without that added phrase, it says the operator shall submit a venting and flaring plan to the division that evaluates, and then there's a list of things to evaluate.
Yes.
Okay. And then, as I understand it, that gets submitted under subparagraph 7 to the division. And at that time, they make a decision whether to deny the AP application to drill or conditionally approve the application to drill.
I think that's all accurate enough.
Okay. So what's confusing to me is that at this point in time, the application to drill has not yet been issued when we're up here in subpart 5. Is that fair?
Yes.
So when it says, I was trying to figure out how a shut-in of the well occurs because there's no well yet drilled. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I think you said that at this point, when you're in subparagraph 5, what the operator is supposed to do is, I think you added the word consider. Shall consider either the shut-in of the well until the operator submits a certification or submits a venting and flaring plan.
Is that the question? You want me to answer a question now?
Do you believe the word consider is appropriate there?
So I'll answer a couple of questions, I think, probably against advice of counsel, but I have no idea if I said consider or not. I do not recall the words that came out of my mouth. I will tell you what I believe the intent is. Really, what we intended was to provide an operator an alternative to the venting and flaring plan, because it seems reasonable to us that the operator may prefer simply to, and I'm with you on the timing, on the sequencing, that we're saying shut in a well that hasn't been permitted, much less drilled. So it was in anticipation, when that well is spud, if you don't have gathering capacity, the operator could say, I will shut in this well as soon as it is capable of producing until I have gathering capacity, as an alternative to this venting and flaring plan. Because maybe the operator looks at the venting and flaring plan and says, I can't generate power for the lease, I can't generate power for the grid, I can't re-inject for storage, blah, blah, blah. I still want my APDs because I think I'm going to have gathering capacity 6 months after they come online. So let me go ahead and, I got a rig schedule, I'm going to drill them, and then, I don't have to hold a lease, so it's okay if I don't produce them. That's what was in our minds.
So I think, as I look at this, what was confusing to me, and I believe others when they looked at it, is it says the operator shall either shut in or submit. And it sounds like what it should say is the operator shall consider either shut in or these other beneficial uses.
I am in agreement that there could be some wordsmithing to clean this up. I would not support consider. I would support may agree to, or something a little bit more affirmative than consider. They got to consider a lot of things. They should consider a lot of things. I think what the division is looking for is something that is solid enough that we're not going to end up with an operator that has to vent and flare a bunch of gas because they don't have takeaway capacity.
Understand. And even I think your language would be helpful. And of course, this is all part of the process of the division determining whether to issue the APD or conditionally approve it.
I think that's absolutely right. And, in my mind, in this conversation, an operator who said, sort of the hypothetical I just said, look, we've now been told the pipeline is delayed by 6 months. We have a drilling rig schedule. The drilling rig is going to be here. I don't want to turn it away. I want to drill the wells. I don't have the availability of all these other alternatives. So let me drill the wells. I will shut them in until I have gathering capacity. To me, that's a viable situation. The division can conditionally approve the APD on that basis, and everybody goes off to the races.
Thank you for the clarification. I think I understand it now. The other clause that is confusing to me here, okay, is down here in subpart 7. And when I say me, I shouldn't say me, to NMOGA and its operators, okay? There's this last clause. It says, or if the division determines that the operator will not have adequate takeaway capacity at the time the well will be spud, okay? Now, NMOGA had proposed to strike that clause because we couldn't figure out how it would come up or how it would be done. Okay, Mr. Lepore? So that's the background of my question.
Understand your premise.
All right. So, and the reason it comes up is because when we get back up here into subpart 4, okay? You there?
Yes.
The operator has to be in a position to certify to the division that at the time that the well will be spud, there's going to be adequate takeaway capacity.
Right.
So my question is, I don't understand how clause 7 would arise. Because, and here's why, because are you saying that where the operator certifies it's going to have takeaway capacity, that the division is going to do an analysis that would question that? Or how is that done?
I feel, Mr. Feldewert, that I would be speculating to formulate an answer to your question as to under what circumstances the division might or might not agree with an operator's certification or sufficiency, adequacy of the venting and flaring plan. To me, this is a scenario of the division wanting to have discretion under a totality of the circumstances kind of analysis to say, we don't see it. You know, we hear what you're saying, but we don't see it. Again, I probably should stop talking and stop speculating, but I will speculate that wouldn't happen without a robust conversation between the division and the operator. But I'm certainly going to stop now.
Well, let me ask you this. If we look at clause 7, okay, it says if the operator does not make a certification. Now that would be under C4, right?
Yes.
So in other words, if the operator doesn't say, for example, whether they are or whether they are not going to have takeaway capacity, they haven't done the right certification, and so the division is not in a position to address the APD.
I think absent the certification, 7A would apply.
Okay. Then the next clause says, or fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan. Now that would be C5, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question is, and I understand your inability to answer, and that is, everyone is looking ahead, and the operator has looked ahead, and the operator has said, yes, we can certify that we're going to have adequate takeaway capacity at the time that we submit our APD. I'm trying to figure out what the division would examine or what the process would be for the division then under this last clause to determine that the operator will not have adequate takeaway capacity.
And I feel like I've answered that question, and I would like to politely decline to try to do so again.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, now I want to go back up here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Felderwerk, to interrupt. I don't see Mr. Ames on my screen. Is he still with us?
I can see him.
You can, okay. All right, I apologize. Go ahead.
That's okay. I want to make sure, Mr. Ames, you're not muted. You're able to participate, right?
So my prior objection was not heard, apparently. I had objected to that last statement because it wasn't a question, but Matt handled it, and we can move on.
Now, Mr. Ames, I didn't object to any of your questions. Just remember that, okay? All right, I want to move up here to the definition of emergency. I think you testified about that briefly, right, Mr. Lepore?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I want to address one of the exceptions to an emergency. Okay?
Yes.
And that is the one in subpart 4 that talks about venting or flaring of natural gas for more than 4 hours after notification that is caused by an emergency, unscheduled maintenance, or malfunction of a natural gas gathering system.
I see it.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that when this is a circumstance where the malfunction or emergency or upset is outside the control of the operator? In other words, this is something that happens downstream that the upstream operator has to address.
That is correct.
Okay. And under the division's language, if they don't address it within 4 hours, that any venting and flaring that occurs as a result of that downstream event is counted against the operator.
That is correct.
And so operators, all right, we'll just leave it at that. Did you conduct, Mr. Lepore, any analysis to come up with this 4-hour time frame?
I did not conduct any analysis to come up with that 4-hour time frame. I feel compelled to point out that there is no similar exception whatsoever in the BLM rule that we copied or that we modeled our rule under. So the 4 hours is 4 hours that you don't have under BLM's rule.
And my question to you is, I think you answered my first question. Are you aware of any study by the division to come up with this 4-hour time frame?
Objection asked and answered.
I believe he has, Mr. Feldwart.
I think I asked whether he had done any study, and he said no. My question is whether he's aware of any study by the division to come up with a 4-hour time frame.
All right. Mr. Lepore, do you know?
I am not aware that the division did a study. No.
Is the goal here to provide a reasonable time for operators to take action after notification without taking unnecessary risks in the field?
I can agree generally with your characterization, Mr. Felderwart. I think there is an acknowledgement, as you said, as a predicate to your question, that this is a circumstance that the upstream operator did not cause. We have obligated midstream operators to provide notice. Our expectation might be too strong, but what we're aiming for is that the upstream operators would respond with alacrity to that notification. And there is some window of time that should not be counted against them as they respond to that notification. There is a different period of time after which we feel it's reasonable to count it against them for not responding with the urgency that perhaps is required. I'll stop there.
Okay. And you recognize, Mr. Lepore, particularly when you get down to into the Permian, that there are some substantial distances that would have to be covered after notification for personnel to get to the site, right?
I will say that I do not know that based on personal experience. Mr. Bolander, Mr. Powell might be better able to respond to that question. What you're saying does not seem unreasonable to me.
Okay, all right. The other exception here I want to touch on is the division has a language here in subpart 6, 3 or more emergencies, and then they've added within a single reporting area, experienced by an operator within the preceding 60 days. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now that 3 or more emergencies within the preceding 60 days is not limited to a particular site, for example.
That's correct. Yes.
It says by the operator.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not limited to any particular cause.
That's correct.
Do you know what analysis or study went into this decision to pick 3 or more emergencies by an operator as a whole within the preceding 60 days?
This rule is, again, modeled on BLM's 43 CFR 3179, I think it is. I've referenced it previously. It's very similar language. I understand the nature of your questions to seek a narrower application. Within a single reporting area does narrow the scope of the application. And as does, I guess maybe it doesn't narrow the scope, but the division's discretion after consultation with the operator to understand that, and I think the division does understand, unrelated, isolated incidents that happen. I think I described it in my testimony as one-off circumstances as opposed to a pattern of repeated similar incidences. So the division has retained discretion to make that determination on a case-by-case basis. But right now, the default is as you have read it.
Let me ask you about that. I want to get to the last clause that you referenced. I appreciate that. But let me ask you this. The way it's written, Mr. Lepore, okay? If there was a storm that rolled through the Permian Basin, okay, a big storm like they have down there sometimes, and you have lightning strikes at 4 sites, different sites, but they're operated by the same operator, okay? And systems go down and there's a venting and flaring event at each of those 4 sites. Okay, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Scenario? All right.
I do.
As written, only the venting and flaring from 2 of those 4 sites would be authorized or excused.
I did by the black letter of that rule without consultation with the division to explain that circumstance to the division and ask that they understand that you could not, the operator could not reasonably have anticipated 4 lightning strikes in relatively short succession at 4 different locations, then you're correct.
Now, what is the process for this, unless the division determines the operator could have reasonably anticipated? What's the process?
I guess it would be fair to say that there is not a explicit process written into the rule. And so maybe I'm best to stop there and say that I would expect operators and the division to be able to work out a process.
Currently, though, we have no idea how long, what the process is or how long the process would take to make that determination, right, Mr. Lepore?
I think that's an accurate, fair characterization. It seems to me that what you're getting at is you have these 4 lightning strikes. They all result in venting and flaring. You look at the rule and say, gosh, we're not going to be able to say that 2 of these were emergencies.
Right.
You called your EHS person to call the division to say, guess what? There was a thunderstorm. They all happened almost simultaneously. We reacted quickly. Can we get a determination on this?
And then you hope the division gets back to you, right?
Maybe you do and maybe you don't. Yes.
And then in the midst of all that, you have your monthly reporting obligations.
Yes, sir. Fair. I understand your point.
And so can you understand the point of an operator trying to meet their monthly reporting obligations? If there's no determination, what are they to do with 2 of the 4 sites with that venting and flared volume?
I understand your point.
Okay. Let me I want to talk to you about the reporting under G2 again, okay? Apologize for skipping around. I'm down here in subpart G2, reporting of vented or flared natural gas, 27.8 G2.
Are you G1A little two?
Yeah, give me a minute here.
Okay.
Good clarification. I'm under subpart G2.
Gotcha.
Monthly reporting, which starts off as quarterly. This provision here indicates that we provide this information in G2, operators do. Initially quarterly and then monthly, right?
Yes.
And then the last opening clause here in G2 says the operators shall make and keep records of their measurements and estimates, including records showing how it calculated the estimates, no less than 5 years. See that?
I do.
And make such records available for inspection by the division upon request.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and then the division takes this data and under their G3, they are now going to compile that and publish it on an operator, both on a vented and flared basis, on a volumetric and gas capture percentage basis under the revised language.
That is what number 3 says.
Okay, and then are they publishing that, Mr. Lepore, on the division's? Yeah, it says it's going to publish it on its website, I guess, right? Is that how they're going to publish it?
It does say publish. It doesn't say website. I'm with you. I would. I shouldn't say that. My assumption is also that they would publish it on their website.
Do you have information on how that's going to be done and what it's going to show, or is that left to better witness?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Who would Mr. Powell be the right witness for that?
That's where I would start. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Then you mentioned that in addition to this submission of the information, in addition to the fact that it's going to be published on their website, that the division has proposed that the operator shall report the same vented and flared gas. I'm under G4, okay?
Yes, sir.
Under G4, the operator shall report the same vented and flared natural gas on, again, a volumetric and percentage basis to all royalty owners. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Now it says on a monthly basis.
Yes.
When does that, I'm talking about the mechanics here. Are you the right person to talk about the mechanics of this reporting to royalty owners that the division is proposing?
Well, I will say you ask the questions and I'll do my best to answer or tell you that I don't feel capable.
Do you understand how this is to be done?
What I believe to be true is that operators provide royalty owners monthly statements related to production. That includes payment where there has been production that entitles the royalty owner to their royalty payment. And perhaps there are statements that say there was no production and therefore there is no payment. I think an underlying assumption here is that operators have an ongoing business relationship with their royalty owners, and that adding this nugget of information to those ongoing reports would not be unduly burdensome.
And your understanding of this process and this reporting, and your suggestion it would not be unduly burdensome is based on, did you talk to someone within the division about how this is supposed to work?
So yes, there were discussions in the division about how this was supposed to work. Mr. Bolander may be able to shed some additional light on this based on his many years in the industry, how it works. I think intentionally there was not a prescriptive process here to allow operators to make this work in a way that is best for them.
So is Mr. Bolander the best person to ask about the mechanics of this and how it's to be done and when it starts?
Again, I think that I'll leave it at Mr. Bolander, because of his years in the industry, may have some better insight than I do. I feel like the answer to your question is the operator should be asking themselves how they're going to get this information disseminated to their royalty owners, the same way they get royalty checks disseminated to their royalty owners, and costs of operation and production and all the other information they provide to their royalty owners. Now there's a new category to provide.
So when I see on a monthly basis here, when is that supposed to start, Mr. Laporte, given the quarterly reporting that is to be done to the division, and given the time that's going to be required to get the baseline? So if I go up, I'm sorry, let me be more specific. If I go up here to G1 or G2, the monthly reporting doesn't even start until at the earliest January 2022, right?
That is correct.
Does the division anticipate the ability to do this reporting under G4 before the reporting under G2?
I think that's a fair question for the division to consider. And I also think that there is nothing stopping operators right now from providing this information, assuming they have it, which might not be a safe assumption. But assuming they have it, there's nothing stopping operators from providing royalty owners this information today.
And how are they to provide it to them, Mr. Laporte?
I feel like you've been asking me that question for the last 10 minutes.
Are you saying it's somehow part of the monthly production reporting?
Providing the information to the royalty owners?
Yeah,
That's
what information? What information?
Go ahead, Matt. Answer if you can.
Yeah. Well, my answer was a question. My answer is, what information are we now talking about?
The information that the division anticipates being required to be sent to royalty owners on a monthly basis under G4.
And your question is, how is that to be provided to the royalty owners?
Well, yes, how? Let's start with the how.
I'm sorry, Mr. Feldward. I think that's what I've been trying to answer for the last 10 minutes. I think that's the same question you asked at the beginning.
And is it, are you saying by mail?
Oh, yes. How do they provide the current royalty checks to the royalty owners?
Okay. Now, I believe one of the division's attorneys when we were arguing the motion, said they would all they'd have to do is just check a box. Do you know what they were referring to, or what that attorney was referring to?
I do not.
Okay. Now, in terms of the information, what is to be provided? Is it the same information that is provided to the division under G1?
To me, the language of subpart 4, which says the operator shall report the vented and flared natural gas on a volumetric and percentage basis is pretty clear. It was right on your screen.
Yeah. Is it the same that we see under G? Sorry. It's the same as we see under G2?
So my understanding, at the risk of being corrected later by my attorney or others, is the expectation of what is provided to royalty owners does not include a breakout by category in the same way that this monthly reporting to the division requires. And again, I may be speaking out of turn, but I think that we vented this much gas volumetric quantity, which amounted to this percentage of the gas that we produced. And we flared, I forget if I said vented or flared first. One for venting, one for flaring, total volume, total percentage. In my perspective, would satisfy the requirement of the subsection D4. G4. G like George.
You got it, G4. So it'd be similar to what the division's going to publish on G3?
I don't know, because I don't know that whether or not the division intends to publish all of the categories or not.
Okay. Mr. Lepore, I want to ask you about this definition of venting that we see here in 27.87R.
Yes.
Okay. I understand that you were involved in the Colorado Commission rulemaking efforts.
Yes, I was.
Okay. And are you familiar with the definition of venting that came out of that process?
I could not quote it to you as I sit here without looking.
Okay, let me help you out. I believe this is a division exhibit 12. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am familiar that we submitted the 900 series rules as an exhibit, yes.
And this exhibit 12 purports to be the final rules that were adopted by the Colorado Oil Conservation Commission.
If you'll scroll down and let me look at the date, I would confirm that for you.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
Yes, I think that is correct.
Okay.
That is the final draft as I understand it.
And this is then the final definition of venting.
Yes.
Did you support, Mr. Lepore, the adoption of this definition?
So two-part answer to the question, Mr. Felderwart. As I mentioned in my direct testimony, I represented a coalition of local governments for whom the definition of venting was not particularly relevant. And secondarily, I recused myself from any consideration of Rule 903 because of my involvement with the OCD in this rulemaking. So I did not pay close attention throughout the COGCC process to Rule 903 at all. or to the definition of venting. That said, I clearly had an interest in how that all turned out. And I understood that the definition was of significant interest. I don't, well, I know for certain that this definition was not the definition that the COGC staff originally proposed. And I don't know when this definition in the many iterations of the rules actually was first proposed. It was quite late in the process. I've now told you almost everything I know. When this definition came out, I looked at it. I believe Mr. Bolander and I had a conversation about it, and I'll stop there.
So you're familiar with this definition?
I have some familiarity, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that this definition focused on high pressure venting?
I am not prepared to say that it does or does not based on staring at it right now.
Is it fair to say that it excluded low pressure emissions? Excluded low pressure emissions?
Well, based on what I see on the screen right now, I don't see the words low pressure or high pressure anywhere.
Okay, let's go to subpart A.
Okay.
It says excluded from venting is the emission of gas from devices such as, so now we're just into examples, right?
Sure.
Pneumatic devices and pneumatic pumps that are designed to emit as part of normal operations. And then it goes on to say, if they're not otherwise prohibited. You see that?
You read it correctly.
Okay. Now, these would be the normal operations that you previously identified as being unavoidable losses.
I think that's fair characterization with respect to pneumatic devices and pneumatic pumps. Again, excluding probably high bleed versions of those things.
Mm-hmm. And then it says from devices such as, so by that, would it be fair to assume they're talking about low pressure emissions from normal operations of devices?
I mean, I really don't mean to play word games with you. I don't see low pressure in there. I am not an engineer. I don't want to say that this is low pressure and that that's all that was meant by this rule or not. I think you're reading words into it that are not there. So I'm sorry, that's as much as I can give you. I will tell you that in my estimation, the division's rule, the OCD's rule, does exactly the same thing the COGCC's rule does in a different way. We said venting is...
We can debate that. My question is to you, under venting subpart...
Objection, let the witness finish his answer.
I have a question.
Mr.
My question is...
Hold on, Mr. Lepore was going further than the original answer. Go ahead, Mr. Feldwart.
Thank you. Mr. Lepore, when you look at, when they say emission of gas from devices such as pneumatic controllers and pneumatic pumps, aren't those normally low pressure emissions that result from normal operations?
My best understanding as a non-engineer is that they are low pressure devices. Those two things.
Now, when we go to subpart B, unintentional leaks that are not the result of inadequate equipment design. Do you know what they're talking about there?
I do not.
Subpart C, natural gas escaping from or downstream of a tank unless there is no separation occurring at the equipment upstream of the tank. And then it goes on with some other exceptions. Okay? Now, am I correct in reading this that they're talking about tanks that are downstream of separation equipment?
You know, Mr. Feldward, the best I'm going to be able to do here is read those words and repeat them back to you.
So you really don't have a lot of knowledge about what the COGC, what the Colorado Commission did with these rules?
I think that's a bit of an overstatement. I will answer the answer that I was interrupted in answering before.
Well, this is a fundamental, this is a definition, and you're telling me that you don't understand the meaning of this definition?
I don't understand it well enough from an engineering perspective to sit here and joust with you over it, no.
Well, I'm talking about from your, what do you understand? What do you understand from this definition?
My understanding from this definition is that there was a category of venting, what I would call venting, that the COGCC determined to exclude from its definition of venting, whereas the division chose a broader definition of venting and specifically excluded very, very similar operations and equipment and venting through its subpart 27.8 B, C, and D.
And those would be emissions for normal operations.
I'm not going to agree with your characterizations.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Veldor, this is Felicia. Would you please estimate for me your remaining cross-examination of Mr. Lepore?
Well, that's going to be very easy because I'm finished. Thank you. Mr. Ford, thank you very much.
No objection.
I need to try that trick a little earlier someday. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Feldwart. Let's see. We would then typically turn to Mr. Biernoff, but we are saving him for last. I will note for the record that Commissioner Engler has joined us this afternoon. Let's turn to Ms.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Can you just take a 5-minute break before my cross begins?
Oh,
Could we make it 10?
actually, yes. Let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are after a short break. Irene, are you ready?
Ready to go.
Thank you. I see Mr. Lepore, Mr. Ames, and Ms. Fox. If you would please, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Lepore.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fox.
Thank you for your testimony today. I have a few questions for you. During your direct examination, when you were referring to Section 27.8G on reporting of vented or flared natural gas, you said something like, I'm not going to get this quite right because I didn't write it down. I don't have a transcript in front of me. Something to the effect of that it's widely known or widely understood that the reporting that is currently undertaken, venting and flaring, is problematic or not adequate. Do you remember that testimony?
I think I remember the testimony to which you were referring, yes.
Why don't you remind us of more specifically of what you said?
I think that my testimony on that point is grounded in the MAP report, particularly the section on venting and flaring, in which there were many comments about the lack of confidence, perhaps, is one way to say it, in the data that is being reported to the agency, to the lack of specificity of that data in terms of categorization and so forth.
And do you recall the other issues with the with respect to the inadequacy of the reporting of the venting and flaring data?
Without referring back to the MAP report, I don't want to speculate about what others might have been.
Do you recall any information with respect to whether flaring and whether there was concern that the reporting of venting and flaring data was not occurring from operators?
Just flat out not occurring?
Correct.
I do not specifically recall that, no.
Do you remember if there was concern about operators misreporting data?
I would say that what I, again, remember without looking back is that there was a general concern about the reliability of the data, and if I were going to take a public lens, I would say there was probably a lack of confidence in the vigor of the data.
And is that because the data lacks specificity?
Again, I don't think I want to say much more about why I think, what contributed to the lack of confidence in the data.
Okay, thank you. Let me put the OCD's proposed rule up for us to refer to. So, Mr. Lepore, you see OCD Exhibit 2A, Part 27?
I do.
Okay. And so I'm going to refer to this provision that has to do with acquired wells.
Okay.
Which is up on the screen. And the way this reads is that if an operator acquires one or more wells, it is the purchaser's gas capture requirements that then apply to those acquired wells, unless the OCD has good cause, finds good cause to modify the purchaser's gas capture requirements. Is that how that provision works?
I believe that's correct.
What are the circumstances that OCD would consider to be good cause? It's a broad term.
And it's a broad question with respect. I suspect that there are more than one circumstances that would constitute good cause, and I don't know that I want to speculate about what all of them might be. In a very broad sense, I think one could envision a scenario where the division's view was that the new operator might ultimately be a more responsible operator, and an operator who would work diligently and in good faith towards meeting the gas capture requirement for all of the newly acquired wells, so that from the division's perspective, the new operator is a win. And if it took a little extension of time or a little relaxation of the annual capture requirements to achieve the ultimate goal of more wells being, less venting from more wells, to me, that would be good cause and might be something the division would consider.
Do you think it would be helpful to put more specificity into that to make sure that the acquired wells come into compliance with the purchaser's gas capture requirement within a certain period?
So, in as concise a way as I can, what I guess I'm inclined to do is tell you the history of this rule a little bit. Without telling you the history of the rule, I'll just tell you that I think the default position of this rule is exactly what you just said. Without express leave from the division, the default is the acquiring operator is under the same obligation it was before, regardless of the new wells, to increase its gas capture percentage by whatever percentage and to hit 98% by the end of 2026. So to me, this is a very conservative rule. And let me pause there and see if you want to ask more.
No, thank you very much. Turning to third-party verifications in 27.9C, let me scroll down here. You see the third-party verification language that's up before us?
Yes, ma'am.
We are a little confused as to, in this provision, whether the operator or the third-party verifier is expected to take certain actions, and we just like clarification of that from you. So what happens here is the division can ask an operator to retain a third-party verifier. And
yes.
Thank you. And then that third-party verifier is to verify any data or information collected or reported pursuant to this part. So presumably it is the third-party verifier who is doing that verification, correct?
That is, yes, I believe you're correct.
The next undertaking is to make recommendations to correct or improve the collection and reporting of the data, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it the third-party verifier or operator who would be making those recommendations?
The intent is that is the third-party verifier.
Okay, makes sense. I'm not sure the object and the verb conform to each other. So just a point to note to Mr. Ames. And then there is a requirement to submit a report of the verification and the recommendations to the division. I think this one we're most interested in. Would that report come from the third-party verifier or the operator?
So my understanding is that the intent was for all of the requested information to come from the third-party verifier if the third-party verifier was ultimately engaged.
Okay. So they would submit the report. And then the next action to be undertaken is implementation, which would be conducted by the operator, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We may propose language just to clarify which requirement is on which party. Let's see, going to if we could go to the venting and flaring plan. Which is in 27.9. D5. See that language up there? We already talked a lot about this with
Yes, I see it.
Felderwert. So what subsection 5 requires is that if the operator, can't certify that it has 100% takeaway capacity, then the operator either shuts in when it gets its APD or submits what you all call a venting and flaring plan to the division. And this language is that evaluates the potential alternative beneficial uses for the gas. And then there's a series of potential uses for the gas that they would be evaluating, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you go down to subsection 7, it says that if the operator doesn't make the certification for the takeaway or doesn't submit an adequate venting, flaring and venting plan, the division has a couple of options. So my first question is, I think this provision on its whole implies that the operator will submit to the division for approval the venting and flaring plan. Is that correct?
I understand that one could either infer that connection or see that one is a bridge to the other. And I understand that it may not be explicit in the rule language. I think that Part 7 gives the division the discretion that it needs without approving or denying the venting and flaring plan to approve or deny the APD. So there's a determination by the division, which I might characterize as slightly more broad than the adequacy of the venting and flaring plan, because the ultimate question really is, does the division believe that the wells the operator is seeking will or will not contribute to venting and flaring, or let me say it differently, will or will not contribute to waste of hydrocarbon resources? To me, that's the evaluation, the assessment that the division is making and determining whether or not to grant that APD or to conditionally approve that APD.
The division's not making a determination whether the certification is valid or whether an adequate flaring and venting plan has been submitted?
In a formalistic way, I don't see that that's what this rule requires. So I don't see, if maybe I'm reading too much into your question, but if you're asking, is a step in the process that the division must give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to the venting and flaring plan, with a stamp that says approved or not, I don't see that embedded in the rule. What I see is the division evaluating what I just said, whether these wells are likely or not to contribute to waste, and then making a decision on granting the APDs on that basis.
Do you think that's what the language reflects in terms of what your understanding of the rule is?
I do. You're welcome to disagree with me, but that's what I think the language says.
So, but are you saying that an operator does not have to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan or a certification in order to get its APD?
Clearly, the operator has to certify one way or the other. If it does not think it will have adequate gathering capacity, it has to submit a venting and flaring plan. The division then evaluates that plan. And this is where I think you and I maybe are diverging in how we read or interpret this. I guess I think if the division looks at the venting and flaring plan and says, yeah, this isn't going to cut it, and they don't have gathering capacity, why would we approve an APD?
I'm wondering what your authority is under this regulation.
Objection, formal question.
Well, he asked the question. Let's just answer it. Mr. Lepore, you just testified that the operator had to submit a plan, venting and flaring plan for approval for OCD, but in subsection 5, it says that the operator has to submit a venting and flaring plan to the division that evaluates certain options. That's an evaluation of options. It's not a plan committing to implement those options. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree with you that that is the correct reading of the explicit language.
And so then it sounds like the language that's in the rule does not reflect at least what you just told me about what the regulation intends, which is for an operator to submit a plan to the division.
Objection, mischaracterized the witness's testimony.
Oh, I don't think I did. He just testified that operators had to submit a plan. It's exactly what he said.
So I'm waiting for the hearing officer to rule here. And apparently she can't be unmuted.
Oh, good. I'm unmuted. Thank you. I'm not sure what happened there. Would you repeat the question, please, Ms. Fox?
My question, Mr. Lepore testified that, to my recollection, I confirmed this with him, that the obligation of the operator is to submit a venting and flaring plan, but the rule language only requires the operator to submit a venting and flaring plan that evaluates certain potentials. And so I'm asking him, isn't it accurate that the rule language is not consistent with what he told me the regulation was supposed to do, and that is that the operator is supposed to submit a specific plan, not an evaluation of alternatives. Those are two different things.
And what was the objection?
Well, now the objection now is there's no question.
All right. Perhaps does Mr. Lepore agree that there is a difference between a venting and flaring plan and a document in which alternatives are evaluated?
No, ma'am, I do not. I think this is just semantics, and so I'm happy to try to clear it up.
I think that would be a good idea if we could clear up this language. That's the first issue, because I don't think it's correct.
May I finish my thought?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am not suggesting that the language needs clearing up. I am suggesting there is a misunderstanding and a miscommunication between you and I at this moment, Ms. Fox. The language says, submit a venting and flaring plan to the division. That's what I said. They have to submit a plan. It goes on to say that the plan will evaluate alternatives. I didn't characterize that one way or the other. That's the language. That's what it says. The plan must evaluate alternatives. The division then gets to evaluate the plan itself and decide whether it's adequate or not. That's what I said. That's what I think the rule says. And based on its evaluation, based on the division's evaluation of the plan that the operator must submit, they can decide whether or not to grant an APD, deny an APD, or approve the APD with conditions. The conditions might be beef up your venting and flaring plan. Actually tell us what you're going to do with the gas that you can't gather.
What is the, thank you for that clarification. What's the basis for determining whether the venting and flaring plan is adequate?
I would say that the fundamental baseline is the division satisfied that if the wells are drilled, the wells will not contribute to waste of hydrocarbons? That either the gas will be gathered and sold, put to beneficial use, or one of the alternatives is that the wells can be shut in that we've already talked about. And they will evaluate that based on the information provided by the operator. If the operator provides a mere evaluation to, I think, your point, if they merely say, yeah, we evaluated it and this is possible and this is not possible, and don't say how they're going to deal with it, I would think that would be likely to lead to a less than a full approval of an APD.
Thank you. And so could the division approve a venting and flaring plan that would capture, that would use less than 100% of the gas produced?
So again, not wanting to battle semantics, I don't think that there is any requirement for the division to approve or deny a venting and flaring plan, just so we're clear. What I think is that the division decides what you just asked. Are they going to capture 100% or 50% or something in between? And I think they have discretion to do the things that 7A and B say they have discretion to do.
So if the plan captures 50%, that could be an approvable, that could be an adequate plan.
In a theoretical, philosophical, black letter reading of the rules, yes.
And in subsection 7, when it gives the authority to the division to deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD, I have just a couple of questions on that. When it says the division may deny or may conditionally approve, what are there other options besides denial and conditional approval? I suppose approval.
Correct.
Are there any other options?
You know, I guess I'll say in my experience, there is always an option to say to the operator, we need more information. If you're dear operator, if this is all you're going to submit us, it is very unlikely for you to get your APDs. Would you like to go try to do a better job? That's always an option. I'll stop.
So you did say that the division could approve the APD even if it fails to submit an adequate venting or flaring plan, or even if the division determines that the operator doesn't have adequate takeaway capacity? You could approve it with, could the division approve that APD without conditions?
Yeah, if I read 7A and B quite literally, I would say the answer is no.
The only two actions that the division could take would be denial or conditional approval.
Yes, if they made those determinations that are the predicate parts of 7.
Would it help then if instead of giving the division discretion in the word may, would it help if the language were changed to say that the division shall deny, conditionally improve?
I do not personally see the ways in which that would help.
And in terms of the conditional approval, could the division conditionally approve the APD without making sure that the operator will either have adequate takeaway capacity or submit an adequate venting and flaring plan?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question, please?
Could the division conditionally approve an APD that did not have the certification for adequate takeaway capacity or submit an adequate venting or flaring plan? Could it conditionally approve an APD that doesn't meet those two conditions above, those two circumstances above?
So I feel like you are asking me a pretty speculative hypothetical. And with that caveat, I think the black letter of the rule is they could. The conditions could say any number of things. The conditions could be, before you spud the well, you must demonstrate you have 100% takeaway capacity. Before you spud the well, you must provide a venting and flaring plan that accounts for 100% of the capacity of the gas you expect to produce.
And I believe you testified that the venting and flaring plan, well, let me ask you this, is the venting and flaring plan from the operator enforceable by OCD?
Not as I understand the intent and purpose of the venting and flaring plan.
Is the gas management plan an enforceable document by OCD?
I probably should think about that more and reread the natural gas management plan obligations. I think what is enforceable by the division is an operator's failure to come into compliance and remain in compliance with its gas capture requirements.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Ms. Paranjos, do you have questions of Mr. LaPorte?
I do. I am unmuting my video right now.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr. LaPorte.
Good afternoon, Ms. Paranjos.
Mr. LaPorte, you testified that OCD will require operators to certain information in several provisions of the venting and flaring rule, such as, just for example, the requirement that an operator submit a report certifying compliance with its gas capture requirements, which is contained in 19.15.27.9b. Is that correct?
The last letter, is it B like boy or D like dog?
B as in boy. I'm happy to put, it's the accounting provision. Happy
yes,
to put.
I see it. You're referring to the provision B, accounting no later than February 15th each year, beginning in 2023, the operators will submit a report certifying compliance with statewide gas capture requirements.
That is exactly what I'm referring to, yes. And please correct me if I missed it, but I believe that you did not elaborate on what OCD means by certify. Is that correct?
I don't think that there has been an elaboration of that.
Thank you. And am I correct that OCD has not proposed a definition of certify?
I do not believe there is a definition of certify in the rule.
And Mr. Laporte, do you have a sense of what OCD means by the word certify, or what it means by a certification, as those terms are used in the rule?
My understanding is that OCD uses the term certify or certifying in a number of different rules within its scope and authority, and does that usually within the context of the form that is to be submitted, and within that form specifies requirements for the certification. And my understanding, based on conversations during the development of these rules, is that is OCD's intent with respect to the certifications that are referenced in parts 27 and part 28.
Thank you, Mr. Laporte. That's helpful. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bernhouse. I'm looking to see if Mr. Biernoff is with us. I don't believe I see him. Let me call though, Mr. Biernoff. No. Mr. Ames, how would you like to handle this? I don't know if Mr. Laporte is available to be recalled in the event the State Land Office has cross-examination, or if you'd like to have him excused now.
Madam Hearing Officer, I think the commission may have questions for Mr. Laporte, so they may want to proceed. And if Mr. Biernoff returns after they're done, I think we need to give him an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Laporte. I will have a few questions on redirect, so I'm not prepared to excuse the witness yet.
All righty, thank you. Commissioner Kessler, do you have questions of Mr. Laporte?
I do, thank you. Organize my notes a little bit here. Good afternoon, Mr. Laporte. I'd like to
Commissioner.
about the definition. What definition of waste does the division rely on for categorizing some venting and flaring as waste and some venting and flaring as acceptable?
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? I'm getting some really bad sound.
Yes.
Echo and background.
Commissioner Kessler, we didn't really catch any of that.
How if I stop?
Is there any? Oh, that's fine. Let's try that.
Am I coming in any clearer now?
It seems clear to me.
It's clear, but I don't know that it is sufficiently clear enough. There seems to be a lot of background information or noise, excuse me.
Maybe Dr. Engler and I can call in. Maybe that would help.
Or maybe Felicia, what about you trying to mute yourself and then see if Jordan's clear?
Okay, I do mute myself.
How about now?
That is better.
Okay. Maybe someone can just wave at me if I'm not coming in clear. On my end. Okay, great. Okay, so Mr. Laporte, what I'd like to talk about is what definition of waste the division is relying on to allow for categorizing some venting and flaring as waste and some venting and flaring as acceptable, or I believe you used a term that the BLM used of maybe authorized versus non-authorized waste, something to that effect. That's what I'd like to understand better.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe the division is relying on the statutory definition of surface waste, which I don't have in my hand right now. What I do have in my hand is the regulatory definition found at 1915.2 under W, and waste, surface waste. I could read it to you, but it includes things like the unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use.
So is it the terms unnecessary and without beneficial use that we're trying to define better?
I think I would say that slightly differently, that with respect to some of the exceptions that are part of subparts 27, 8, B, C, and D, that we have talked about in terms of, I think the word I used was unavoidably lost. I think that's the BLM's words.
Right.
The low pressure, the low volume, that those would fit within not excessive or not unnecessary. So maybe I'll try to say that in the affirmative, that in some sense those losses are necessary and not excessive.
And therefore would not be considered waste.
Would not be considered waste. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make sure we have clear parameters on that, so we're not working with an arbitrary line of when venting and flaring is waste and when it's not waste. I think I'm still a little bit fuzzy there, but I don't know that there's a way around that. Okay. When there's a definition of paying quantities, and I believe that paying quantities definition is only used with respect to what was formerly a delineation well and is now an exploitation well.
I agree with you that is the only context in which paying quantities has been used.
Okay. And when coming up with that definition, did the drafters review BLM and State Land Office definitions of paying quantities to make sure that there wasn't a conflict?
So, Commissioner, I'm looking at 27.7 definitions. Oh, there it is, producing and paying quantities. Thank you. I have to go on my memory, which is an unreliable thing. My best recollection is that we did in fact look at the State Office of Land definition, but I would look to my colleagues to confirm that for me. We certainly were aware that this is a term of art in the industry, that it has different definitions and different applications. And we have, I think, generally been aware of State Office of Land, concerns around these issues. So I think we did, but I don't want to swear to it.
I do have some concerns about that, and I don't see anywhere in the definitions that these definitions are not applicable outside this particular portion of the rule, so that there couldn't in future be some sort of attempt to import the OCD definition into other pieces of law. So perhaps there can be some clarification that it doesn't apply outside of the venting and flaring rules. Looking at the reporting requirements to royalty owners, are you aware of any other provisions in the Oil Conservation Division rules that require routine reporting to royalty owners?
Madam Commissioner, your question was hard for me to hear and follow that time. And so I know what you're asking is about other entities reporting to royalty owners, but I'm not sure the scope of what you asked. If you could ask the beginning part again.
Say that again. Are you aware of anywhere else in the division's rules where operators are required to report anything to royalty owners?
So I think your question is there anywhere else in the division's requirements that operators report to royalty owners?
Correct.
I am not aware that there is, but as I responded, I think at one point to Mr. Felderwart, I would not hold myself out as completely familiar with all of OCD's rules and regulations. Mr. Powell might be better. Mr. Ames might also be able to shed some light. So I'll stop there.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll ask Mr. Paul. I'm aware of frequent instances in the division's rules where operators report or provide notice to the BLM, the land office, or tribal entities, but I'm not aware of other requirements for reporting to mineral interest owners. So I would like to have that question answered, but I can ask that of Mr. Powell. My final set of questions is related to provision in part 27F5, and I'm looking at Exhibit 2A. So it says if metering is not practicable due to circumstances such as low flow rate or low pressure venting and flaring, the operator may estimate the volume of vented or flared natural gas using a methodology that can be independently verified.
Yes, ma'am.
Who determines whether or not metering is practicable, and would the division, how would the division enforce that?
So again, with apologies for deferring yet another of your questions, I think Mr. Bolander would be better equipped to answer even what the circumstances are that sort of dictate or define the practicality of metering. I think secondarily, there's a bit of a backstop if you look at subpart 7, just below where we are on subpart 5, that says that the division has the discretion, the authority to require the operator to install additional metering equipment if it determines the existing measurement or GOR is insufficient. So that's a bit of a backstop there. And I think I've answered your question.
Yeah, I think the range of my question is this: would an operator be able to say that metering is not practicable due to circumstances for a 6-month period of time on a well that really ought to be metered? I mean, how, and the division has a lot of things to do. If there's not a mechanism in place in the rule to prevent operators from just saying that they don't want to install a meter, I don't know that the division's going to be able to step in and enforce that on a routine basis. So I'd like to have the rule affirmatively say that, and I have concerns about this provision.
Yeah, so I will tell you what I understand to be true, and then again ask Mr. Bolander to elaborate when he testifies. What I think is true is that it's fairly well understood within the industry based on flow, volume, and pressure, whether metering is feasible. So, and I don't think in your specific hypothetical, an operator would be able to say in a circumstance, for that metering is just not possible for these 6 months, these first 6 months. That I don't think that would sort of pass muster. So from an enforcement point of view, with deference to Mr. Bolander, I would think that it is a brighter line than it might seem as to when metering equipment really is feasible and really should be in place. And if it's not, then there's a problem.
That concludes my questions then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions of Mr. Lepore?
Can you hear me?
Yes, quite clearly. I'll mute myself now.
Okay, well, again, my bandwidth is low, so I'm not putting on my video. Mr. Lepore, I apologize for missing your testimony, but I caught you in mid-cross with Mr. Feldwart, so that was interesting. And I appreciate your efforts. Now, to be honest, I have no questions. I just wanted to say thank you very much for providing us information. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Engler. Madam Chair, do you have questions of Mr. Lepore?
Do. I know you've had a long day so far, and I'm going to try to decipher all of my notes here. Just for a little bit of a simple question to start out with, Mr. Lepore, do you support this rule?
Very, very much.
Do you, from either your past experience at COGCC or previous jobs, believe that this was a very collaborative process?
I do. I think is apparent from the red lines and the 11th and a half hour changes that were made that there has been a significant amount of back and forth between the division and all of the stakeholders. I could elaborate and spell all of that out for you. I think Ms. Pollock did some of that during her testimony, but there was a draft, an October draft, a December 17th draft, and a December 30th draft. So we're through 4 drafts. All of those have been substantive. All stakeholders had input into the changes that were made at each step.
And you believe it was a collaborative process for, as you said, I think all stakeholders involved. Does that mean both industry and environmental groups?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Trying to decipher the things that I wrote in my notebook.
I'm sorry, I cannot help.
I know, it's all right. Okay, so I think there were a handful of questions earlier about low pressure venting, how maybe they shouldn't be counted. I guess my question would be, if we don't count all of the sources, if everything doesn't go into the roll-up, could we end up where 98% really isn't 98%? It's more like 90, 95, 97, 97 and a half, because what we're counting it off of, the whole isn't actually the whole. Does my question make sense?
Yes, I do think your question makes sense, and I agree with your hypothesis or your supposition there. I think from the get-go, what we want is a very robust, very vigorous accounting, a measurement, a reporting, along with an acknowledgement that there are circumstances when the lost gas is unavoidable, and that shouldn't be counted against operators, and the rest is. And the rest, if we get to 98% and there's a little bit of room in there for some of the unavoidable stuff, I think that would be a terrific achievement.
Okay, but ultimately, if we don't count all of the molecules of gas, then that 100% which we're dividing off of isn't really going to give us that 100%.
That's correct.
Okay. I think there was a little bit of concern, it sounded like, from Mr. Feldwart about bringing equipment online and going back and sort of reviewing some of the language in D4L. It sounds like we give an exemption for commissioning of pipelines, equipment, or facilities as long as necessary to purge introduced impurities from the pipeline or equipment. Do you think that provision covers some of Mr. Feldwart's concerns about, introducing oxygen during the purging and things like that?
It appears to me that it would address Mr. Feldwart's concern about oxygen introduced as a function of the purging process.
Okay, maybe he just forgot about that. All right, so there was a lot of talk about North Dakota. Is North Dakota New Mexico?
I gotta think about that one for a second. No.
Okay, great. Even with your, I think, background in Colorado, would you think that the conditions of the oil and gas industry are exactly the same in North Dakota as they are in New Mexico?
No, not at all.
So it maybe isn't the most accurate to say that what can't be done in North Dakota can't be done in New Mexico.
I agree with that, and I'll just say I agree with that.
Okay. It would, kind of along those lines, I think you stated actually that from, a basic analysis and knowing that there are some issues with the data, et cetera, that most operators were actually around venting and flaring of 4%. Was that correct? Or do you recall saying that?
I do recall saying that, and I know what the reference was. That is a reference from the MAP report itself, page 155. And if you give me a second, I'll tell you what years that covered. So that data is from Q1 of 2016 to Q2 of 2019. It is based on C115 reports, and the combined venting and flaring, those two numbers together, as I think I said, averages, looking up and down the table here, from 2.6% to 6%, and the overall average is approximately 4%.
Okay.
Last, 4 years.
I don't recall the exact number. I don't know if you've had time to look this up between, our 5-minute breaks here and there. I believe North Dakota's ending percentage may be 95%. And it sounds like from what Mr. Feldwart said earlier, operators were struggling to meet that. But what you're saying today is that it sounds like a lot of the operators in New Mexico would already be meeting that 98%. Or 95% that's required in North Dakota.
Yeah, so the highest percentage North Dakota aimed for was 91%.
91.
And yes, I mean, on a broad average based on the data on page 155, New Mexico statewide is at about 4%, 96% capture right now.
So I think that right there demonstrates, or do you agree that that right there demonstrates that New Mexico and North Dakota have very different operating conditions, and asserting the challenges in North Dakota on New Mexico may not be the most appropriate?
I think this is a fair statement, yes.
Thank you. During all of this collaborative process, it sounds like 4 or 5 drafts that have happened back and forth, et cetera. Was there a lot of concern from the oil and gas industry representatives on the 98%? Was that one of their big concerns? 98% was too high?
To the best of my recollection, no stakeholder expressed an inability to get there, that it was unfair, that it wasn't a good number, that we needed to change that number. I don't think there was a single suggestion to provide a different target.
Were there suggestions on other pieces of the rule draft that they were like, this is not workable, we can't do this?
There were there were a lot of suggestions.
So, yes. So that would, I mean, would that make you think that 98% wasn't one of their real issues, that was okay because that was not one of the things that was a concern during all of those meetings?
Yes, again, fair characterization. I actually can remember some of the operators we engaged with told us straight up they were already there, which was obviously great to hear. We heard a lot of concerns from operators as one example of the difficulty of the 20-odd categories for reporting that we had in the original draft. So that concern, from my perspective, seemed to greatly overshadow any concerns they had with 98%.
Okay, thank you. So we want to go, I guess, up or whatever to the emergency definition.
Yes.
Let's see. So G4, it talks, that's where venting and flaring of natural gas for more than 4 hours after notification that is caused by an emergency, unscheduled maintenance, or malfunction of natural gas gathering system. So I think one of Mr. Felder's concerns seemed to be that these were causes that were uncontrollable to the operator. And so why are we counting these things against them? But I think what I'm recalling from your testimony is that you said basically the regulation gives them 4 hours to react and then take a step in which they can control something. Is that true?
Yes, I think that's correct. Yes, and the 4 hours is, is a free pass. It's a free pass for 4 hours. The expectation is that they respond to the notice and take the steps necessary to avoid venting and flaring.
And something that is within operators' control is if they shut in their own wells, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then that action would be within their control, and this 4 hours gives them a pass to take those actions.
That's correct.
Okay. Unlike, I think you said BLM, which does not give that pass.
That is my understanding, that there is no free pass.
Okay. There seem to also be some concerns with this about, the 3 or more emergencies. I mean, was that written in there, or when this was written, was there a concern that the use of an emergency could, people, let me rephrase this, I'm trying to think how to say this. I guess when this was written, was that 3 times written in there so that people didn't take advantage of emergencies so that venting and flaring would not count against them, or would not count against them?
Right. Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, yes. I think there's sort of two pieces to that. One piece of this is that elsewhere in the rules, it says, well, in fact, in the definition of emergency, so up in Part G before you get to the subparts, it says that an emergency must include an immediate and substantial, a risk of an immediate and substantial adverse impact. So one of the things industry asked us to do was strike substantial. Well, no, we don't want to strike substantial because, to your point, we don't want, a hangnail to be an emergency. We want things that really have consequence to be emergencies. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it here with the 3 is just what you say, that if this pattern emerges that you have a problem with the way you're doing something or a piece of equipment, and it's happened to you twice before, the expectation is that the operator, figures that out and responds to it. Mr. Felderwert provided the example of the thunderstorm. I think that's a distinguishable circumstance that I think the division has the wherewithal to make those distinctions and make those decisions.
Okay, so on Mr. Felderwert's concern about the lightning storms, under that definition in 6, so again, we talk about the 3 or more emergencies, and then it says, unless the division determines the operator could have reasonably anticipated the current event and it was beyond the operator's control. Do you think that Mother Nature is probably beyond an operator's control?
I do. Thinking about a very funny thing that a stakeholder once said to me, but maybe I can give an example that would clarify. If thunderstorms are common in the Permian and that they can knock out your facilities and so forth, there are mitigation measures that can be taken around that, grounding rods and so forth, and things that other people know more than I do about. But if you've had a thunderstorm that knocked out 4 of your facilities, as Mr. Feldwert hypothesized, and you don't do anything to mitigate that threat, the next time you have a thunderstorm that knocks out 4 of your facilities and you did nothing in between, that's what we're talking about. That's not an emergency. That's your failure to take appropriate mitigating actions.
That makes perfect sense. All right, let's see. I think there's a lot of, it sounds like there's concern about the royalty owner reporting, and that the information is already, quote, available on OCD's website, etc. And you may not be the best person to ask, not living in New Mexico. But would it surprise you to know that there are large swaths of New Mexico that don't have access to the internet or reliable and consistent internet?
I would take you at your word, certainly, Madam Chairman.
So if there are large swaths of New Mexico that don't have access to the internet, would it make it challenging to go onto OCD's website and find that information?
It certainly sounds like it, and I will go one step farther and say that in Colorado, I'll go so far as to say I was very proud of the COGCC's database and website, an amazing treasure trove of information that was very hard for a layperson to sort through and actually find out what they were looking for.
Would it shock you to hear that our website is likely very similar to that?
Not at all.
And probably hard. Would it, I think, be surprising to you to hear that we get a lot of requests each and every week from members of the public asking how to find data X, Y, or Z because our system is so cumbersome?
No surprise whatsoever. I've walked that path.
So might it be easier to send that to a royalty owner, however the company decides to do that, via mail? Maybe it's an email. I don't know if the rule specified, nor do I know if really a point of contention on how. But would it be easier for them to receive that information via, an email or a letter?
Yes, I have been baffled from the very beginning about the industry's reluctance and pushback on this provision. To the best of my knowledge, they are providing information to their royalty owners routinely, and I don't understand, other than that their wish to avoid transparency, why there is the reluctance to report this information to royalty owners.
I believe you said that the COGCC put in their rule of requirement to report information to royalty owners. Was that true?
That is correct.
Do you know if anything like that is in North Dakota at all?
I do not know. As far as I know, the COGCC provision was the first, but I have by no means done an exhaustive survey.
Okay. Let's see. Next topic. I guess I had a couple questions on the gas management plan. There's been a lot of talk of the 100% if you don't capture beneficial use 100%. Is it the division's intent for it to be 100%? I guess, well, I'll stop there. Is that, maybe that's the first question.
I don't think that 100% every single time on every single well is what is contemplated. And I think I tried to say this in response to Ms. Fox's questions, that the operator is under an obligation to comply with its statewide gas capture requirements. And there's 2% in there for lost gas. And it seems conceivable to me that a small number of new wells coming online that for some period of time might not be 100% captured could happen within that 2% cushion.
Okay, I think that's helpful. I wanted to clarify that. I was a little confused by the 100%. So that the intent more is that, for example, maybe if an operator is at 99.5% and they're proposing to bring on 5 wells, and I'm not doing the math here, I'm just making numbers up. If they're proposing to bring on 5 wells at 90%, but those 5 wells at 90 or 80 or whatever percentage isn't going to pull their overall statewide gas capture percentage under 98. Does that seem still like it is in with the intent of this rule?
It does.
Okay. I think that likely, I mean, is that trying to recognize the operational complexities that, maybe some wells may always be able to be 100% captured and some wells may always be at 90%. I mean, does that sort of try to take into account some of those operational intricacies?
Yes, absolutely. And, there are so many variables and so many solutions to the variables. So you posited a very appropriate one. Yeah, so I think a bright line insistence on 100% capture of all of the new wells that ever come online probably not really aligns with the variables that exist out there. So I'll stop. I think, the division and the commission still have an interest in allowing the industry to function at an economic level and to produce these resources for the benefit of all New Mexicans and that's part of the objectives here too.
Thank you. I only have a couple more questions. I think another one on this gas management plan. I think it sounded like there was a question as to whether or not it's enforceable. And in just scanning through it, for example, what is it? D5. I mean, it definitely seems like there are pieces of the plan that are enforceable. 5 talks about basically, like, if the operator determines it will not be able to connect to the gathering system in a general area, blah, 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 all of that, then it has to, oh, I think it was D. Am I looking at the wrong one? I think there's some 20-day, maybe it's not 5. Oh, now maybe I lost it. I feel like there was a 20-day thing if you found out it actually wasn't going to connect.
Yeah, I think thinking about subpart 6, Madam Chair.
Oh yeah, 6A. There it is. I mean, it would seem like in a scenario where an operator didn't do that, didn't report within 20 days, I mean, wouldn't that be an enforceable provision of this gas management rule?
Yes, I absolutely agree that it would, yes.
Okay. And then I think my last question, or last round of questions, maybe it's just one. So the definitions were, so there's a list of definitions in part 27 under the 1915 27.7. OCD also has definitions in 1915, I don't know, 0.2, I think it is.
Yes.
Where all of our main definitions. Do you know whether or not if you put definitions within an individual part, if they only apply to that part, whereas definitions in part 2 apply throughout? Do you know if there's a distinction?
So my understanding is the way you just phrased it is correct. And I think that is clarified to some extent by the language of 1527.7, where it says definitions, terms shall have the meaning specified in 1915-2 NMAC except as specified below. So I take that to mean that the definitions in subpart 7 here are specific here, and that anything in 1915-2 supersedes anything here.
Okay, got it. That's helpful. Thank you.
I hope that's right, and I hope Mr. Ames will correct me if I'm wrong.
I suspect Mr. Powell will if Mr. Ames doesn't.
Excellent.
I think that is my last question. Thank you, Mr. Lepore.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, since it would, I think, not be wise to try to push all the way to 5, based on the fact that we've been going for a while, if we could take a short break and come back for Mr. Ames' follow-up. Would that work, Mr. Ames? You're on mute, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Has Mr. Beardhoff rejoined us?
I see him in the panelist list. We'll look for him. Mr. Beardhoff? No.
So, Madam Hearing Officer, what I would propose is that we take a short break. I'll text Mr. Beardhoff and see if he's will be available shortly. If he is, we can hear his cross. I will have little or no redirect. And so it's entirely possible we will be able to conclude by 4:30.
Terrific, thank you. Let's just take 10 minutes. Do we have Mr. Lepore?
This is Ms. Pollock. I've just gotten word that he lost connection and he is needing to log back in.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Pollock.
So, Ms. Orth, it's Irene. I'm on and ready to go whenever you guys are.
Thank you so much. Did you get any answer from Mr. Birnhoff?
Madam Hearing Officer, unfortunately, no. I sent a text and called, but I wasn't able to reach Mr. Birnhoff. OCD would be willing to recall Mr. Lepore at a time when Mr. Birnhoff can conduct his cross, and then with OCD reserving its right for redirect thereafter.
All right. We can make that a plan then. We'll just wait now for Mr. Lepore to rejoin us.
Are we still off the record?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Madam Hearing Officer?
Ms. Fox?
If we have a few minutes here, I would have a couple of questions about timing of the proceeding. And maybe now's a good time to bring it up. If we have, do we have a hard stop at 4:30 today?
Well, so we have 4 commenters who signed up to be heard between 4:30 and 5. My suggestion was going to be that we get to a good stopping point, whether that's exactly at 4:30 or more like 4:40, a good stopping point with the witness. And then I would take those 4 and we would be done for the day. Having said that, there is an issue that I need to raise with all of you. And let's see, I don't see Mr. Lepore yet, so I'll raise the issue. Although I don't think we'll be able to finish talking about it. And that is the commission would very much like to finish this hearing by January 15th. Even, even if we were to require another day, which I hope we would not, I would feel like I failed at the one job I was given. It will not be a matter of taking a long break. Okay, it will not be a matter of saying, oh, well, let's just pick this up, in April. It won't be like that. So I'm hoping, I'm not going to ask you for an answer today, but we do need to have a conversation about this. And I would like to have some proposals, some ideas from council around how we're going to find a little more time, as we need to find time between now and January 15th. Whether that means going a little later into the evening, starting a little earlier in the morning. I do try to keep the breaks, short, except when there's a conflict of some kind. Just think about it, and let's have that conversation tomorrow. What other questions would you have?
Well, Madam Hearing Officer, that's what I was going to ask about, whether we would go beyond January 15th for purposes of us planning our witnesses for rebuttal. Mm-hmm. And then I also wanted to ask about the timing of the transcript and whether we'll be getting transcripts as the hearing progresses, or whether we'll get a complete transcript at some point in time after the hearing concludes.
Okay, that's another excellent question. I believe Mr. Baca, and what I'd like to do is follow up with Mr. Baca and Ms. Delgado after this afternoon. I understand that some of the transcripts may well be in a form to share them with you more in real time than weeks away. Ms. Irene, was that you?
Yes, it was, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we shed some light on this. I think what we're doing is a 72-hour turnaround, so it'll be rolling in as we get them completed, and you'll get them, each day at a time, if that helps.
That helps quite a bit. Thank you. So that, yes, I just need to have a conversation with Florine, because I understand the court first contact is fluorine, and how the distribution will go from there. I believe I see Mr. Lepore among our attendees. Mr. Lepore, are you with us?
I am.
see you.
Thank you. Even my computer was exhausted.
Yeah, I had that issue myself a little earlier. So let's go back on the record. While we were on the break, a few conversations were had. Among other things, we know that we will need to have a conversation around trying to build some extra time into the day somehow so that we hopefully can finish this hearing by January 15th or very shortly after that. And Mr. Lepore, we have not been able to make contact with Mr. Biernoff, and Mr. Ames indicated that the division would be willing to recall you for his examination. Okay, so Mr. Ames, if you would please, your redirect.
Madam Chair, I have no redirect except to the extent I may need to redirect after Mr. Biernoff's cross-examination.
Okay, thank you for that then. So I see that your next two witnesses are estimated at an hour apiece. Will you be taking them in the order in which you identified them in the pre-hearing statement?
Yes.
Okay. We do need to take these 4 public comments, which would be approximately 2 minutes apiece. These folks may or may not have joined us already. I don't want to waste that last, half hour or so of the day. Do you have a proposal? I can see if these folks are already with us.
Madam Hearing Officer, I think if Mr. Bolander is online, I think we can begin with his introduction and start in on his testimony. And the slides are as you've seen, a continuation of the slides that Ms. Pollock and Mr. Lepore have done. So there's ample opportunity to break between slides. So we could start now.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Ames. If you would then please, Mr. Bolander, if you can turn on your camera. Thank you. And would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I will.
And would you please spell your name for us?
It's James L. Bolander. Last name is spelled B-O-L-A-N-D-E-R.
Thank you. Mr. Ames, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Orth. Good afternoon, Jim.
Good afternoon.
Let's start with a brief introduction. First, your full name for the record, please.
James L. Bolander.
And Mr. Bolander, what do you do? What has been your career in the working world for the last 30 or 40 years?
I am a degreed petroleum engineer and have been working in the oil and gas industry for 35 plus years. Most of it on the upstream side, working with 2 large independent oil and gas companies.
So can you give us a sketch of some of the key positions you've held over your career in petroleum engineering?
Yes, I started my career with Mitchell Energy and Development, working all 3 phases of oil and gas. Started my career as a drilling engineer, then moving into production engineering, which also included completions at the time, and then reservoir engineering. I spent approximately 15 years with Mitchell Energy in various roles across the United States, primarily operations in Texas, East Texas, South Texas, also operations in Louisiana, Mississippi, and then West Texas and the Permian Basin. In addition to that, during time working as a reservoir engineer, worked in our North Texas region, which is the home of the Barnett Shale. In addition to time at Mitchell Energy, I worked at Columbia Gas Transmission, worked as a senior storage engineer for gas storage wells in the Northeast, specifically in Ohio. And then I spent the bulk of my career at Southwestern Energy. Was with Southwestern for a little over 15 years. Started with Southwestern as a production engineer over the company's East Texas asset. Became team leader of that operation. In addition to team leader over all of our East Texas assets. When the company discovered the Fayetteville Shale, I moved over to our Fayetteville Shale operations as one of two team leaders over the development, exploration and development of the Fayetteville Shale, which is a play of over 900,000 acres. It is a shale play in Arkansas. I became Vice President of Operations of the Fayetteville Shale over drilling and completion operations, as well as leading 3 development teams in the development of the Fayetteville Shale, in which we were able to take the production from a little under 100 million a day to over half a BCF per day in less than 2 years. Became the company's chief operations engineer, working with all engineers within the company, within our drilling, completion, and production group on engineering, development, and technical solutions. The next phase, which was an interesting phase and a move that a lot of companies have made to strengthen their health, safety, and environmental departments. I became vice president of our health, safety, and environmental team and oversaw operations over the entire company over those areas. I then had the opportunity of taking a position as senior vice president of resource development. What that was, I still led our health, safety, and environmental team, as well as a special engineering project management team within the company, which led our efforts around sustainability. We were one of the first companies, and our team led that in becoming freshwater neutral in our operations, as well as leading our company in all of our efforts around methane mitigation. Part of that was Southwestern's involvement in 3 of the industry EDF methane studies, in which I was a steering committee lead on the upstream study. Our participation in the UN Climate Clean Air Coalition, the oil and gas operators, which was a coalition of 8 operators, multinational, and developing technical guidance documents on methane mitigation, as well as setting goals to meet criteria. I was our company's steering committee lead on that program. In addition to that, Southwestern was one of the founding companies of the One Future Coalition on Methane Reductions, which currently has over 32 companies across the value chain in oil and gas in the United States, which includes both upstream, midstream, transmission, all the way through the system. In addition to that, I was able to lead all of our teams across that. I retired from Southwestern in 2016, formed an engineering consulting firm. One of my first positions was back with Southwestern Energy to continue to work on some of the programs that we had started. In addition to that, worked with the Environmental Defense Fund as one of my clients, primarily around work that we started at Southwestern Energy on wellbore integrity. And there worked with EDF and industry partners on the recently promulgated rule in Colorado on wellbore integrity, which became official in 2019, and then worked with a small independent standards company on evaluating oil and gas companies on their operations performance. And currently working with Insight Energy on this particular project.
Thank you. Thank you for that detailed explanation of your background. It's quite extensive. Is your background further described in your curriculum vitae, which is OCD Exhibit 31?
Yes, it is.
Move the omission of OCD Exhibit 31.
I'll pause for a moment in the event there are any objections. No. Exhibit 31 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Bolander, did you participate in developing a PowerPoint presentation or the PowerPoint presentation that the division has been using in this hearing?
Yes, I have been.
And I believe your presentation begins at slide 64. Are you ready to present the slides?
Yes, we can begin.
All right.
All right. What I'd like to do is give a little background on my testimony. You heard from my counterpart, Mr. Lepore, and he really delved into Part 27 overall, as well as key parts of Part 28. What I'll be doing, you'll be seeing a lot of the same slides that you saw in Mr. Lepore's testimony, but I'll look at it more from a technical perspective, specifically in Part 27. And then in Part 28, I'll highlight some of the more nuanced sections that aren't in Part 27 that are found in Part 28. From a time perspective, for areas that Matt covered in great detail, I'll make sure that I, touch base on them, but not spend a lot of time on them since they've been covered in great detail as well as in detailed cross. On this particular slide, which you've seen before, I just wanted to highlight, basically that Part 28 has the exact same objectives in terms of methane reduction or natural gas waste reduction as in Part 27. The three objectives are reduce waste by regulating venting and flaring activities, obtain complete and accurate measurement and reporting of venting and flared volumes. This we heard much in detail, as well as in the MAP report, which highlighted this particular section of our rule as being a key to getting waste reductions as making it possible. And as far as midstream operations, we're holding them to a similar 98% gas capture rate by December 31st, 2026. What's unique for Part 28 is midstream operations are currently not operated or regulated by the division. But what we've attempted to do is make sure that they are able to follow through, have the same opportunity to have the same exceptions that we'll talk about, that they're aligned with Part 27 in terms of measurement and reporting, as well as meeting the same guidelines. Can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Similar to Part 27, we have a lot of the same main sections within the rule. The first one is definitions, which I'll highlight. And similar to Matt, I'll highlight just 4 or 5 definitions, not the complete list. And my scope here is to define key terms and operations within the natural gas gathering system that defines the scope for this rule. The venting and flaring of natural gas will provide context to venting and flaring prohibitions as waste is defined in the rule, which is found in 1915-2, which is also consistent within the statute. We'll list certain operations performance standards that are designed to promote operating and management practices and performance to reduce waste. Where necessary within our rule, we'll refer back to Part 27 on the equipment requirements as not to bring an extra set of rules over. As mentioned, provide robust measurement reporting to aid the division in determining the current gas loss within midstream operations. And then lastly, an operational component that requires notification of planned and unplanned events to upstream operators that will allow upstream operators the ability to minimize their venting and flaring that may have been affected by this midstream event. This was discussed in the emergency definition on the upstream side, and we'll have a counterpart section within the emergency definition on the midstream part that links these two together. Next slide, please. Thank you, Tiffany. The first section is new to Part 28. This is our location requirements section. And what's unique about it, it provides a division with the location and operational status of the gathering pipeline and its associated facilities. As we move through the PowerPoint presentation, this section will be highlighted in greater detail on what's required, what it's expected, and why we're wanting this information. The last section in the overview is the statewide natural gas requirements. This section was described in detail by Mr. Lepore in his presentation and testimony, and it includes the 3 main sections within that rule. One is the requirements to meet the 98% gas capture, the separation of the 2 regions, what happens when a midstream operator acquires another operator's assets, the accounting section and how that is handled, what gets counted, what gets accepted, and how is the alarm credits treated. And then third within that is the third-party verification process, which mimics Part 27. Next slide, please.
Mr. Bolander?
Yes.
I am sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to say to the folks who may be on the line waiting to give public comment that I will take your public comment in several minutes. We are trying to get to a good stopping place with a technical witness before we do that. I also see Mr. Biernoff on the line. Mr. Biernoff, Mr. Ames has agreed to recall Mr. Lepore. So if Mr. Lepore would still be available after the public commenters, we could turn to that. So please go ahead, Mr. Bolander, and if you would come to a good stopping space in about 5 minutes or so.
All right, thank you. As mentioned in the overview, we'll start going into more detail of the individual sections. And this is the first section of rule, 1915-28-7 on definitions. And I'll highlight just a few of the definitions that we've got in here. The first definition is custody transfer point, and I'll let you read the definition itself. We did make some changes from the October draft, as you can see, and the primary reason for that is for clarity on what we're trying to accomplish with this definition. And the primary point in the definition of custody transfer point is, for lack of a better way, it's the ownership change of upstream and midstream operations as it relates to venting and flaring of natural gas. In other words, who's responsible for the venting and flaring at what point does that transfer of ownership occur? Next slide, please. Here's our definition of emergency. And as you can see in the definition itself, it's very similar to the definition that you found in Part 27. We have 6 exceptions as defined. The one different that we have here that is in Part 28, and this would be, and I'd like to address it here. It would be in Exhibit 3A under the definitions. And in here it is definition 28.7D, and it's 4. And D4 is unscheduled maintenance or malfunction that results in venting or flaring of natural gas by an upstream operator for which the operator fails to comply with paragraph 2 of subsection D of 19.15.28.8. And what that section is, that's the reporting section to upstream operators, which we'll go into more detail, in a few slides. And I wanted to highlight this is how those two definitions between Part 27 and Part 28 are linked. And that is also an important change from the October draft. At that time, we added this exclusion based on reporting from the, in the October draft. So we wanted to make that key as well.
Jim, why did the division propose to do that?
What we wanted to do, the original language was that a midstream operator was held accountable based on upstream operator venting and flaring. And just as explained in Part 27, where one effect does not mean that the other effect is has any effect on it, and what an engineer, so speaking sometimes, is trying to affect this, but what we were trying to do here is that just because an upstream operator vents or flares during an emergency does not mean that midstream should automatically count theirs against themselves. However, if they fail to notify upstream operators, we felt like that was the more appropriate approach for linking the two emergency definitions together.
Was this change in response to some comments from NMOGA regarding the appropriateness of the exclusion as it was currently written?
Yes, thank you, Eric. It was at their from their comment period, as well as some of their recommended language that we use to try to link the two emergency definitions together.
Thank you.
Is this a good stopping point, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I've got one more slide that I can do in probably 30 seconds, if that helps. And then we're through this section.
Go ahead.
All right. This is the last slide on definitions, and it's for gathering pipeline and natural gas gathering system. And the main goal here with both of these definitions, even with some of the red line, which I'll explain shortly, is to define the components which are regulated under this part 28. The red lines in the gathering pipeline were removed primarily since they're a main component within the natural gas gathering system itself. So we did not feel like we needed to define gathering pipeline in detail since it is part of the overall system.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bolander and Mr. Ames. If you would mute yourselves now. Let's turn to public comment. I have 4 names of folks who signed up to offer public comment between 4:30 and 5. I will read them in the order in which I will call you. Judy Traeger, Donna House, Mark LeClaire, and Michael Swearingen. Please keep your remarks to 2 minutes. I will ask you to wrap up if you exceed that. And in the event you have more to say to the commission for their consideration on these proposed rules, I would invite you to submit written public comment through Florine Davidson. Her contact information obviously can be found on the Division Public Engagement and Outreach webpage. So let me start with Judy Traeger.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you very, very much for this time. My name is Judy Traeger, and I live in Albuquerque. I'm a member of New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light. And I really want to thank you for getting this in tonight. As a contemplative Christian, I believe God is reflected in all that God has made. And I believe we are to be caretakers of creation and of all life. That is why I am asking you to strengthen the Oil Conservation Division's proposed methane waste rules to eliminate unnecessary methane waste. As you know, methane waste is currently polluting our air, harming our climate, and worsening people's health by increasing asthma and emphysema. To me, it seems that capturing methane emissions is a win-win option. Clearly, the problems of pollution, climate change, and people's poor health would be diminished. And in addition, methane is the main component of natural gas. If we required oil and gas companies to capture and use 98% of methane emissions by 2026, I've been told that our state education budget could be increased by more than $43 million from the royalties and tax revenues. Some of this could be used for early childhood education. As a retired elementary school teacher, I know how crucial early childhood education is for success in school and life. As one of the states with the highest poverty levels in the US, we need to try harder to give our children a leg up. So in conclusion, I am asking you to create methane rules that would, 1, ban routine venting and flaring and only allow it when needed for health and safety. 2, require oil and gas companies to capture 98% of methane emissions by 2026. And 3, strengthen state reporting and public notice requirements to improve transparency and ensure accountability of oil and gas operations. It's high time that New Mexico joins other top producing oil and gas states with requirements that prohibit methane waste and associated pollution from escaping. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your very important role in promoting the health and well-being of New Mexico's natural environment and her living beings, including us humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Traeger. Donna House. Ms. House? Mr. Garcia, do you need to unmute the folks calling in on the phone? All right, Ms. House, are you with us? All right. In the event Ms. House joins us later. Oh, hello, Ms. House.
Yes, I'm here.
All righty, great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm hearing background noise.
Let's see.
Hello.
I'm not sure if she's calling.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia?
I have 2 call-in users that are speaking. I do not know which one she is.
Okay, Ms. House, would you speak up again?
Hello, this is Donna House.
Okay, that appeared to be call-in user 25. Can you still speak up again, Ms. House, one more time?
Hello?
Yes,
Yate.
please go ahead.
Yate, my name is Donna House. I'm a consultant and an advocate for protecting bio and cultural diversity. I'm a citizen of the Navajo Nation and New Mexico. I want to thank, and I do appreciate New Mexico Governor Lujan Grisham's goal in creating this nationally leading rules to reduce methane emissions, and the work that you all are doing in developing rules to reduce natural gas waste, leaks from oil and gas operations. I'm here today to voice my concerns, the lack of rules addressing the protection of the well-being of all New Mexicans to eliminate the unnecessary methane waste in practice. In 2 minutes, actually less than 2 minutes now, I'll be summarizing my concerns, and I'll be sending in much more detail concerns later on. I have witnessed negative impacts of oil and gas development on the health of the ecosystems and the Navajo people for decades from oil and gas development, from volatile organic compounds, VOCs. According to New Mexico oil and gas data, Rio Arriba County residents are in a cloud of 106,900 tons of methane and 25,000 tons of VOCs. That's totally outrageous. And I would give you the rest of the data in the detailed report. New Mexico are exposed to hundreds of toxin chemicals and pollutants associated with venting and flaring. I would like to recommend midstream and upstream private and independent drillers and companies to be required to capture 98% of their natural gas by 2026. I recommend an assessment and incorporate environmental justice into oil and gas laws, including this proposed rule, to protect the rights of the people of color and their ties to the surrounding environment and ecosystems, and to protect tribal communities' well-being and their homelands. The final rule must require public, tribal, and indigenous communities' input throughout the permitting and reporting process, and I recommend the proposed rule address neighboring cultural protocols, environmental justice issues, and New Mexico cultural regulations, such as incorporating New Mexico Cultural Property Act.
Would you wrap up, Ms. House?
Okay. Oh dear, I didn't realize I was going so slow. Final rule must also incorporate cultural lens and community-based studies, research, and findings into the safety standards. And I go into the safety standards quite a bit as far as addressing a lot of the studies that I have seen out there done by local communities and other NGOs that play a role in research. So I will submit detailed write-up to you. And could you give me a deadline when there's to the write-ups?
Yes, written public comments are due by Friday at 5 p.m. That's January 8th. Thank you very much. The next commenter is Mark LeClaire. Is Mark LeClaire on the line?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
Good. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I'm a small farmer here in Albuquerque, South Valley. I've been doing this for over 20 years now. And, you know, I got to just say, in the time I've been doing this, I've seen everything's changed pretty drastically. You know, when I first started the planting times and everything, we were still using the guidelines that our grandparents and great-grandparents have put forward. But everything has changed now. Just in my lifetime, what I've seen is that the seasons and it has shifted over 2 months in the spring and in the fall. And I want to make this call because I'm well aware that these proposed rules leave 95% of wells exempt. And it just breaks my heart to hear this because it erodes my confidence in my society. It erodes my confidence in the leadership to hear that they make a rule and then it doesn't apply to 95% of the wells that they say they're going to regulate. And I'm just begging you, all of you, to think about climate change and how it's going to be affecting our children. We're at the precipice right now. We all know the West was burning all 2020, 2018, 2019. Australia was burning. We saw unprecedented floods. We had these storms all up in Iowa that have never been seen before in our lifetimes. In anybody's lifetime that's hearing my voice right now, they've never even seen those storms before. It's just a matter of time going forward before these terrible weather events catch up to us and they start disrupting our food supplies and they start causing real suffering that we're going to see firsthand right here in our country. And it's no longer going to be a third world problem. It's going to be our problem. And we won't be able to escape the suffering. And I want to bring to your attention the fact that we're not going to treat this problem by dealing with CO2. Everybody, the environmentalists and peoples have been talking about CO2 for 40 years, but we're too entrenched. Our economy is not going to be able to change fast enough. But methane, we can do something about this. We have the technology, and we can do something about this. And it's our responsibility to our children and our grandchildren to do everything within our power. And
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc.
This debate goes all the way back to Thomas Paine and what government is for. And it's really for here to regulate the things that the market cannot regulate. And I'm begging you all, strengthen these rules. There should be no exemptions. 2026 is too far away. We need to work together with our federal government and our tribes, and we need to say that we're going to stop as much methane as we possibly can starting tomorrow. That should be our goal, and we should all be working together to see how we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leclerc. Our final commenter this afternoon is Michael Swearingen. Mr. Swearingen, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'll do this quick in 2 minutes. So I was on the call at 8:30 this morning. I can see how the committee's been working very hard. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name's Michael Swearingen. I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I've been a global warming educator for the past 15 years. I support the effort to stop methane leaks, methane flaring, and I endorse third-party oversight of oil and gas industry compliance, of course. This hearing is about making improvements to our fracking techniques to stop burning off methane, to stop the leaking of methane directly into the atmosphere. And as we know, methane traps heat 80 times stronger than carbon dioxide. However, we are in a new era of global warming, and I want to remind people of this bigger picture. Again, I live in New Mexico. Of the lower 48 states, which state is heating up the fastest during the summertime? Our state, New Mexico. Road crews in our next door neighbor state of Arizona can no longer do road repairs during the daytime in the summer months. It's simply too hot. Concrete sets too fast, asphalt melts. They can only work at night. We here in the Southwest know all about the droughts, fights over water, electricity brownouts, and wildfires that come with global heating, and this is going to get worse. Climate scientists and climate models can now figure out the eventual temperature rise on our planet depending on how much carbon dioxide and methane we put into the air. From this, we can figure out what's called our carbon budget. And looking at our carbon budget, we clearly need to stop using coal, oil, and natural gas. So what does the science say about how wide and fast we need to make these changes? How wide? Not just the US, all the countries of the world. How fast? The science says we have less than 10 years to go towards zero carbon. No coal, oil, or natural gas. This doesn't mean we're going to hit 2 degrees C in 2030, but it will be locked in by 2030. It's definitely going to happen in the 40s if we don't move today. Again, my name is Michael Swearingen. For those interested, if you want the scientific citations behind this 2-minute speech, please contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swearingen. Let's return now. Mr. Ames, if you would let me know. Again, we do have Mr. Biernoff on the line, and last I looked, we also had Mr. Lepore on the line. Would you like to see whether Mr. Biernoff has questions of Mr. Lepore?
Well, I think we can ask Mr. Biernoff. Mr. Biernoff, would you like to ask some questions of Mr. Lepore?
Madam Hearing Officer and Mr. Ames, I really appreciate the courtesy that you're extending. I do not need to ask Mr. Lepore anything that hasn't already been covered, so thank you.
Thank you very much. In that case, let me ask, it's now just a moment before 5 p.m. Is it better, Mr. Ames, to go a little further with Mr. Bolander or to adjourn tonight and reconvene in the morning?
Well, first, Madam Hearing Officer, I'd like to say that this OCD has no redirect for Mr. Lepore, and we ask that the witness be excused.
Yes, that's right. You did say earlier that you had no redirect. Thank you very much, Mr. Lepore, and you are excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
And Ms. Orth, as for proceeding with Mr. Bolander, what did you have in mind in terms of continuing with his testimony?
I really suppose I'm asking perhaps the commissioners, and I guess I should check really with the commissioners first and then with council. Madam Chair?
I can stay on if need be, but I'm flexible with whatever.
Okay. Madam Commissioner Kessler?
Hearing officer and Madam Chair, so I'm going to need to go shortly. Make arrangements in the next few days and next week to be available after 5 if necessary, but not today.
All right, thank you. I'm not surprised. This would be short notice for a continuing a hearing after 5. Again, let me ask council if you would please to come tomorrow prepared to talk about how we might be able to find some extra time. Let me note right now that at the moment I have just 3 commenters at 8:30. So if you would please be on the line by 8:45 and we'll get started then. Is there anything else that we need to talk about before we adjourn? Mr. Garcia did have one public commenter who would like to do a sound check before we get off the line, but I wouldn't do that on the record. Is there anything else we can do while we're on the record? Nope. All right. In that case, thank you all very much. We'll reconvene for public comment at 8:30 and the technical case at 8:40. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Orth.